Well. Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the Candidates Tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix final stage in Austria. Today is round number 3, and we've seen lots of fighting games in round number 1 and round number 2, quite long games especially. So we're gonna start out by seeing what actually happened yesterday in round number 2. There, as you can see, those are the results. So in Dzagnidze against Alexandra Kosteniuk, it was sort of a shocking end to the game, since it looked like Dzagnidze was about to win, but Alexandra Kosteniuk came up with a brilliant defensive idea in the end and managed to steal half a point from Dzagnidze. In the encounter between Zhongyi and the local Austrian player Olga Badelka, it was also quite a sad story for the local Austrian player, since she had quite a nice chance in the opening stage but did not find it, and in the end Zhongyi prevailed and managed to score the full win. In the other encounter between Muzychuk and Zhu, this was also sort of a marathon game, which lasted, I think, almost 6 hours in the end. And Muzychuk was able to score the full point after she squeezed Zhu for hours and hours and hours, and at the end Zhu just succumbed to the pressure, and Muzychuk was able to score the full point. In the encounter between Nurgyul Salimova and Mariya Muzychuk, it was also a peaceful outcome after Nurgyul Salimova also showed pretty nice defense and was able to stop Muzychuk's initiative, and in the end it was a peaceful outcome. In the encounter between Lela Javakhishvili and Vaishali Rameshbabu, I think the result which is shown here is not correct,
it's wrong,
since Vaishali actually won the game, and that was quite a crushing win, I would say, by
beautiful game
by Vaishali, who is actually now also leading the tournament.
Yeah, leading together with Tan.
Exactly, yeah. So Tan and Vaishali both are leading the tournament, but we're going, here we see the current standing. So as you can see, Zhongyi and Vaishali still have both 2 out of 2 points, and other than that, there are a couple of players with 1.5 points. Actually, only one player, as I can see now.
Only Anna, yeah.
Only Muzychuk, yeah, but a couple of players with 1 point. One of them is the local player Olga Badelka. Another one is Dzagnidze, who made 2 draws so far, and also Mariya Muzychuk made 2 draws. And then after that, 3 players on half a point. Lela Javakhishvili is one of them, Alexandra Kosteniuk another one, and Nurgyul Salimova, and Jiner still will fight to come.
Yeah, she was a bit unlucky. Yeah.
Exactly.
Muzychuk is doing fine.
Yeah, Muzychuk certainly has still good chances. It's also quite hard to say. It's only 2 rounds have been played, so usually in those events the last rounds are the most important one, where you can still sort of score as many points as you can and just try to collect points and points and just play for the final standings there. So we'll see, it's going to be exciting today, many interesting pairings, but before we get into what is actually happening today, we want to talk about also the playing venue in general. So could you maybe tell the viewers where is it where we are commenting and playing?
Yeah, we are in Austria, in Großlobning. I've never been here, and you?
Yeah, me neither, but now I have, and I'm actually very happy that I'm able to see the surrounding area since the nature is beautiful, and maybe you can tell about the hotel and actually the place we're playing.
Yeah, so actually we are in a very small village here in Austria, like in Styria, so in the south of Austria, and it's so beautiful here, like surrounded by mountains, a lot of nature. And my first impression when I came here was, wow, such a great place for playing a tournament, and I think I would have played a really great one if I would be here. Yeah. What was your first impression?
Yeah, it's also fantastic, especially the hotel where we are. It's actually a castle, so to all of the viewers, the castle, I think I mentioned it in yesterday's stream, I think it was founded in 1898, so it's a very historic place. And I think it was 2012, they sort of restored the place and transformed it into a hotel, since it was a castle before, and now it is actually owned by the Red Bull organization. And what is also interesting is that sort of this huge Red Bull arena is actually very near from here. So those Red Bull events, I think they happen like 3 times a year. And whenever that happens, all of the important people are actually also sleeping and staying in this hotel right here. So there's a big connection also with Red Bull as well. And it's great that chess also sort of enters this arena here, and that we are able to compete, or that the players are able to compete in the same place. And the players are in fact playing, or we are also right here in the Orangerie. In the
a glass house.
Exactly, a glass house. So we already talked a bit before about it, but what was your impression? Like, how do you think the players are feeling playing in this sort of glass house, which is probably not so common in chess events?
Yeah, I think in the beginning they might be surprised. Like me, I was thinking, wow, is this the playing venue? It's so super cool. And I think that they actually enjoy it, that it's something else and that you have a lot of light and nature. Yeah,
I also think the deciding factor is the daylight which is coming in, because, well, often in chess tournaments you're playing in sort of a darker room and there's not much air coming in and not much light. But in this case, as you can see now in the live feed, the players actually can see their surroundings. We're sort of in this area of the castle, and there's even a huge park where we're walking to the playing area here, and the players are surrounded by trees and nature overall. So this is a thing which never really has happened a lot in any chess events, but it's certainly a great change as far as we can see. You can see the players getting ready, and actually the production team has prepared a movie about sort of the surrounding area, which you can see now. Yeah, what a beautiful movie we just saw. So this is, now you have a full impression on where we're actually at, where the players are playing and staying as well. So I think the playing conditions overall cannot really get any better. A thing which we didn't talk about earlier was also the spa area, and just that you can do so many things here in the place where we're staying at. So many activities, especially for the players, so they can relax and wind down after the games. And especially the food is also fantastic. I mean, they have like a Michelin star cook here, and always a fantastic menu. So yeah, there's just nothing to complain out.
And did you know that they even have a natural lake for swimming?
Actually, I was surprised to see that because I haven't seen it around here. Have you been there?
No,
already?
not yet. Yeah, the weather unfortunately is not that good, but we are hoping for better.
Yeah, but the lake, I mean, it looked very beautiful. So it's if the weather is going to be better, it would be nice to check it out before the rounds. So. Yeah, as we could see, that also the area is just so huge that it's not easy for us even to see everything because, well, there's a huge park and you just really don't know, because there's so many things you can do here. It's hard to actually decide what you're going for when it comes to relaxation.
Yeah, and the coolest part is that there are only chess players here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that should be mentioned again and again because it's just so special that the whole castle/hotel is just booked out for only the participants of the chess tournaments here, tournament here, which is just really special because there are no other guests which in any way can disturb the players. And well, every time at lunch or dinner, it's just the chess community and just no one else. So it's just pure focus for the players in that event. Talking about the players, it might be time to actually look at the pairings because as I can see now, the round is about to start. So what is your favorite pick in today's pairings, Veronica?
Yeah, of course, the game between Badelka Olga against Muzychuk Anna. I mean, Olga playing for Austria, so I hope she will be lucky today. But on the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, I'm also a big fan of Anna Muzychuk, and I think that she has really good chances to win this tournament.
Yeah, that's certainly a pairing which we're going to have a closer look at, specifically since Olga is representing Austria. What we also did not mention earlier is, well, she's a new player for Austria, which is also great for the Austrian chess, I would say, since it's just a very strong new player for the female national team, which you're also a part of. Actually,
yes. So it's nice to have a strong number one. It will help us for the Olympiad and Team European Championship.
Absolutely. The board number one in those team competitions makes a big difference, even psychologically, to have this sort of such of a strong player on board one is certainly good news for Austria. And we can see that the games are already starting. We haven't gone through all of the pairings, but I guess we're going to see who is playing against each other.
Yeah, let's have a look at the pairings.
Anyway, yeah. So we can see Zhu is playing against Nurgyul Salimova. Exactly, yeah. Mariya Muzychuk faces off against Lela Javakhishvili. And the other pairings include Alexandra Kosteniuk against Zhongyi and Vaishali against Dzagnidze. I'm curious to see if Vaishali can continue to show her amazing fighting spirit and great chess, which she has shown so far. So we can see the first few moves are being made. Which game sparks the most interest for you? Well, they're not so
Olga played knight to f3 in the first move, and now it seems that Anna is thinking.
Yes, Olga played knight f3, which apparently caught Anna Muzychuk by surprise. Olga mostly a 1d4 player as far as I know. So Anna Muzychuk is trying to figure out which move order is best to choose.
Do you think that we will see d4 later? Or you think she might go for c4 systems, like Reti kind of style?
Yeah, I think one possibility or one thought behind Badelka's move order is that she might want to avoid the Grunfeld, since Anna Muzychuk is quite a famous...
That's true. That's also what I like about her, because I'm a huge Grunfeld fan.
Yeah. And she has the very dynamic and good repertoire there, so if you start with knight f3, it often makes sense to to try and avoid that. But on the other hand, it gives Black the option to play the English opening, which Anna Muzychuk has chosen. And Badelka went for the move b3, which looks quite harmless, but over the past couple of years, many white players started to sort of dabble in those fianchetto systems. And
yeah, also like Nana Dzagnidze. Yeah?
Exactly.
We saw some games already.
Yeah. And Nana actually got a very promising position yesterday after the opening as well. So still a very early stage in the opening. I can see one Petrov as well, one Italian, and one quite interesting anti-Sicilian in Vaishali's game.
Okay.
And
yeah, Vaishali is always surprising us here.
Perhaps we can go to that game in Vaishali, who has always shown very interesting preparations so far. So in Vaishali's game, it was a e6 Sicilian, and here Vaishali took with the queen. Have you ever seen this move before?
Yes, I did. Isn't the idea to go for c4?
Yeah, that's often the idea, to set up this sort of Morozzi bound, but after e6, it's sort of a rare move as far as I know. Usually white plays it after d6, when this is sort of kind of a big line. And now to take with the queen, there is some theory there. Pentala Hari Krishna was one of the players who sort of popularized this system, and then often went for bishop e2, short castle, and later c4, trying to set up this Morozzi bond here. But the difference with e6 is that the bishop on f8 could still possibly come out. So after knight c6, queen e3, Black might have some options to put the bishop to b4 whenever the knight comes to c3. But I've seen some games even with this queen e3 here, and it's, at least practically speaking, it's not so easy for Black to handle those positions, because white often has ideas to go knight c3, bishop d2, and long castle. And queen looks a bit funny on e3, but actually not so naive here.
And this is really interesting to see, because I was coaching the Viennese youth team at the championship, and then two of my girls, they actually had to play against this queen takes d4 variation.
Also with e6? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, very interesting preparation by Vaishali. In general, in this tournament, I'm quite impressed for what she has shown in round number 1. She found this very interesting idea against the Caro-Kann, which turned out to be quite dangerous for Black to handle. And yesterday, she also, as we saw in the interview, she told that she was prepared actually until move 15 or something like that. Which,
yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, very impressive preparation by the Indian superstar. So it seems like Nana Dzagnidze is thinking here. It's also not so surprising, since, well, this line is quite rare. And she's just trying to figure out where to place her pieces. I guess that knight f6 is quite a logical way to develop, since e5 is usually quite early, and the pawn on g4, pawn on e5 could often get captured, maybe even right away, since there is the check on a5.
Nice tactics.
Yeah, with a double attack. So after knight f6, as far as I know, white usually goes for knight c3.
But then you have bishop e4?
Exactly, yeah, that's sort of the key difference if Black played e6. And yeah, I think some time ago I saw a line like this, which was sort of what the computer was showing back then, when queen f6 was a nice move. And when I checked it, it was equal, but, well, Black also has to find all of this, which, I mean, queen f6 is not really such an easy move to spot. And maybe also white has other ideas here. Maybe bishop d2 can be played as well. Many interesting possibilities for Vaishali, and I'm really curious what she's
me too.
Gonna come up with here.
And do you think that nowadays it's important not to go for main lines anymore? I even read a nice quote where some strong player, I forgot who, was saying that it's impossible to go for main lines anymore, like they are dead.
Yeah, well, there's certainly some truth behind that, especially if your opponent is well prepared. Then it doesn't really make sense to to go into these long main lines since, well, everything is sort of well known there. But you can still try to find some ideas even in the main lines, but that's sort of becoming more and more difficult. But as you mentioned, the approach is going more in that direction, that you're trying to find a surprise as early as possible, which in this game is sort of the perfect example, that already on move 4, Vaishali went for a sideline which is not really that well known. And of course, the computer is never really excited there, but it's all about asking those practical questions. And well, Vaishali is well prepared in those lines, and visibly Nana is not that familiar with it, so I think that her opening strategy has paid off quite well. Well, it's early to say, but at least she managed to surprise Nana, which...
Yeah. Again, she always surprises her opponents. It's amazing.
Yeah. That's what I also really like about her chess in general, but especially here you can see that she has prepared very, very well for this tournament and has prepared many interesting surprises. I'm just wondering if Black could also go for bishop e7, which maybe I would like the most, just to get d5 right away, and then that Black can capture back with the pawn. Since if Black would go d5, then you would have to take with the queen, and it's a bit exposed here, and White would get some time in, and well, the queen is just a bit exposed right here. So bishop e7 looks like a nice move to me.
Yeah. I would also go for this move, and just to be able to play d5.
Yeah. And for example, bishop e2, then d5 is coming. Yeah, this seems quite natural for Black, even though it's not, you don't really see often this development with putting the bishop to e7 first and only then going for knight f6. I wonder if you start with this and then go bishop e7. I guess that now already e5 is sort of a threat. Yeah, so this is possible here, because after knight g4 there is no more knight takes e5, since the knight is already on c3 and Black doesn't have queen a5 with check, so therefore it doesn't work here.
Yeah.
So, should we go through the other games?
Yes.
Maybe Mariya Muzychuk next. Seems like we have one of the big lines in the
Italian?
In the Italian, exactly. Yeah, Mariya Muzychuk, one of the big experts here in the gioco piano, and we have the solid system with d3, short castle, and now after c3, Lela went for the quite concrete line with d5. Usually, well, a more cautious approach for Black would be to develop with d6 and later on with a6 or a5, which is sort of where the theory is heading nowadays. But d5 is still one of the big lines here. E takes d5, knight takes d5, and now Mariya went for the move a4, which just tries to gain some space on the queen side. Often White wants to push b4 and later on even b5 in some cases to try and kick out this knight from c6 when this pawn on e5 could...
Yeah, at the moment it's threatening, right?
Become weak. Well, the thing is,
or
for example, here you could also think about b4, but often what's the case is that here, well, here I'm just blundering because of c4 and then c5, so you don't want to go to b6. But what I wanted to say was that often you can give this pawn actually and go knight a5. And in a position like this, often there is coming bishop f6, and then you can take on c4. So here Black often gets quite good compensation. Maybe bishop f6 here is possible, yeah. And well, this pawn is a bit weak, and Black can always try to think about taking here. So usually White wants to wait a little bit doing that. Often the idea is also to go rook e1, and in general this pawn on e5 is often not so easy to defend. One important trick is that rook e8 usually doesn't work so well because White has d4, and now if Black takes, White is winning a piece like this.
Yeah,
so
knight is hanging.
This is sort of the trick which Black should not run into. So after rook e1, the big line continues with bishop g4 when, again, there's quite a lot of theory there as well. I'm not so familiar with this move a4. It's always hard to say whom this inclusion favors, a4 and a5, because on the one hand, Black now stopped b4 forever. On the other hand, this square on b5 is weak, and the bishop can often go there and will not be kicked out anymore. So I'm curious how Anna is going to proceed. Usually this knight is coming to d2 and then maybe to e4. Also rook e1 could be one option here. So shall we go to Zhu against Salimova perhaps?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this
Whoa, they already played many moves.
Yeah, this is one of the big lines in the Petrov. Knight f3, knight takes e4, and the very old, sort of old move knight c3. Nowadays people are more going for d4 and then bishop d3. And knight c3 leads often to this opposite castling. I remember one game, I think it was Vaishali who won in the candidates tournament against Nurgyul Salimova in that line, where she, again, Vaishali showed some amazing opening preparation in that game as well. And I'm curious to see what Zhu is coming up here. So as we can see, opposite side castling is happening, and yeah, this line with knight d7, knight f6 has sort of taken over nowadays. And well, white often tries to attack on the king side, often with h4, h5 ideas, and on the other hand, black has this important idea to go c5 and queen a5, and then to try and attack the queen side like this.
Yeah, I even tried this line with black once.
And how did you like it?
I lost.
It's a very difficult position, yeah?
It is, yes. I figured out it's a bit too difficult for me. And next time I would go also for long castling. Okay, then it's super boring, I know. But
You mean that white castles long and you also castle long?
Yeah, and then it's super boring stuff.
Yeah, I would also prefer that approach. I remember back in the day I did used to play the Petrov sometimes, and I also went for this line with knight c6 and then often bishop f5 or bishop e6 is maybe the line you were saying, and then queen d7 long castle.
Exactly.
This was how people used to play in most games. But, well, especially with the help of engine analysis, it seemed like this approach with knight d7, knight f6 has sort of established itself as one of the main approaches here. I think it was that Fabiano Caruana was one of the first ones to employ it against Magnus Carlsen in their World Championship match. It must have been in 2018.
But can we show the nice opening trap in the Petrov? Yeah, like early in the early stage. Yeah, I just like it so much. So take, and now, yes?
Which one?
Yes, this one, take immediately, yeah. So why it's important to play like d6 earlier? Yeah, because now we have like the queen, e2, and if the knight moves back, it's just like my most favorite opening trap. That's why I wanted to show it again.
Yeah, this one.
And maybe it's interesting for some of our viewers, I don't know.
Yeah, this one is good to know. It's probably one of like the first opening traps, you know. But even I remember in one of my youth tournaments, I still had one game where black actually ran right into this. So that was one of the nice experiences. Yeah, well, I think I was like 6 or 7 years old, but
yeah,
that's
it's
why.
quite nice. So that's why you first go for d6 and then later on take.
Exactly. So yeah, and the live position is now this. Now I remember I actually checked this line some weeks ago. It still seemed like white has some ideas here. Black often gives up this bishop here and then just stays with g6, but yeah, white will have the bishop pair sooner or later. And yeah, actually one more nice thing was that, as far as I remember, black only wants to play bishop g4 whenever rook e1 comes. Because, well, let's say I go king b1 here, then bishop g4 is less good because after h3 takes, the rook will actually be better on g1 and doesn't have to go to e1. So that's why after rook e1, bishop g4 does make a lot of sense, since now if h3 comes, after bishop f3, gf3, the rook actually often spends another tempo to go back to g1 later on. I think that's quite good to know here.
So here we will see an attacking game, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite dynamic, which is usually the case with opposite side castling. It's not easy to see yet who is going to attack and how, but there is always some dynamic involved if the kings are on the other sides of the board. So This one is certainly interesting. I'm curious how the game between Olga Badelka and Anna Muzychuk has proceeded. Wow.
Okay.
So this has I think transposed to a B3 Sicilian.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So yeah, here Olga Badelka went for the move E4, which, yeah, now we are back to sort of, well, in most cases it happens like this. This is one of the lines here, and black often goes G6. Now knight F6, so this is quite similar, I would say. Well, we got a very fresh position here, at least after E4, which I don't think many people play like this. Usually white would go for C4 and then maybe G3 later on.
So you think Olga has planned this one?
I'm not sure, since she spent 5 minutes. Maybe she was just feeling in some sort of creative mood today.
Yeah. I like creative mood.
Yeah, this one is going to be interesting. So bishop G7, E5 and knight D5 is on the board. And I think I had one game here as well with the black pieces where white went knight C3 and the position was actually not so easy to play. I remember I took on C3, and after dC3 the computer liked black, but white has quite an easy plan to go for a long castle at some moment, and didn't feel so easy for...
So that's the reason why you take with the pawn on C3?
Yeah, I think so, because, well, if you take with the bishop, then the d file stays closed and the pawn on e5 will actually become sort of weak. And yeah, it's not easy then where the queen is gonna, the black is just gonna play knight c6 at some moment, maybe right away, and then attack the pawn on e5 at some moment. And, well, the position stay is of course playable, but I think this would be sort of a good opening outcome for black. So here Olga is thinking, I think knight c3 probably should be played, otherwise I don't know if you can think about bishop c4, but after knight b6 I don't think that the I think that the bishop probably has to go back. So
That's the wrong spot for the bishop.
And otherwise the pawn on e5 is going to become quite vulnerable. Maybe g3 is possible, but knight c6 or d6, and at some moment this is going to come. So I think knight c3 is sort of a must at this moment. So interesting game here. Let's check out Kosteniuk against Tan, where, wow, also many moves
Already move 13.
have been played. So this was a Queen's Gambit exchange, very classical.
Oh yeah.
Bishop g5, c6, and yeah, Tan went for the line with bishop e7. This is also like, this line has been around for just so many years, but still it's being played regularly on the highest level.
I'm also playing it with white.
Yeah.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, so white always has a, well, where do you put the knight? Would you put it on
Also
f3 or on
E2? E2, yeah.
Yeah. I also like that approach more, because if you have the knight on e2, often this idea with f3 and e4
Yes.
is...
I already won some games with it.
Yeah, this is like, for black it's quite difficult to play those positions, because once f3 and e4 comes, it can become very dangerous very soon.
But I think what black played here in the game is actually the strongest, or at least it's the one line I don't like so much with white.
Knight e4,
Yeah, 94 is
so now
always
white
annoying.
has to exchange.
Yeah.
Here and now f3 doesn't really work, because the pawn on e3
Usually
is
now
gonna
you
be-
take with the bishop on e4.
That's what
and you
happens.
also did, yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's queen c2. Yeah.
which provokes f5. Now knight f4, king h7 and h4. So Kosteniuk is now probably out of preparation, but I think she can be sort of happy with her outcome. She might fix black's pawn structure with h5, but still black's position is very solid. Maybe she can bring her knight to f6. Well, g4 is interesting, but
G4. Oh yeah, to win the e-pawn. Yeah. Typical idea.
G4 might be one reason why knight d7 would be dangerous, but still, I believe. Did she go for knight d7 here? It looks. Ah, she went for rook e8. So now the point is G4 is probably less effective because black can just take and the pawn e4 is protected.
Yeah.
So rook e8, a nice prophylactic move against G4, and otherwise I think she's just gonna bring the knight to f6.
Yeah. But anyway, I think this line is complicated, so I'm happy if black plays something else, actually. Like just my point of view.
Yeah, yeah. So black has many other systems, usually like knight d7 is often an idea, and then rook e8. And well, this knight often moves just to exchange his bishop. I also want to mention this line with knight e8. Did you ever see that?
No, actually not.
I think this is quite interesting because the point is the same, you want to exchange the bishop, but after this exchange now white cannot take on e4. And the knight on e8 actually will have quite a nice square on d6 later on. Usually in the Karlspot structure the knight is placed nicely on d6 because it controls the c4 square, which can often become weak, e4 square as well, and in some cases it also allows bishop f5 to exchange this sort of passive bishop on c8. Of course, the downside with knight e8 is that white can also go bishop g3. Yeah, that's not possible after knight e4 as well, because then black could take the bishop pair. So, but it's interesting to play around with those move orders. Also, knight h5 is one possibility to exchange those bishops. Yeah, so
I had this line already. Yeah.
Yeah, but here again, white will take here, and it's going to go for this f3 e4 plan sooner or later. Usually the queen goes to d2, then the rook from a1 to e1, and then f3 and e4 is always going to be looming. But yeah, we now have transformed, well, the players have transformed into a completely different structure. And black's plan is probably quite straightforward to bring the knight here. And for white, it's, well, are you going to castle queenside?
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning. For white, this position is not so easy. While on the other hand, in the other variations, I just go for f3 and e4.
Yeah, yeah. And here it's just this type of non-standard position, at least for this variation. It doesn't appear that often. Well, I think that long castle looks sort of like the way to go. I mean, black does have some options to attack later on, but still it seems like the king might be sort of safe here. But after something like this, it's not clear what white is playing for on the king side here. g4 is never going to happen.
Yeah.
And as nice as h5 looks, it also doesn't really do as much, and black can just develop like this, I would assume. Well, white always has this f3 break, but...
And is it a good idea to go for d5 with white?
You mean here?
Earlier, or yeah, maybe even now, but yeah, also instead of h5.
Instead of h5 we can have a
Yeah,
look.
king
So
b1, yes.
here d5.
Maybe now, yeah.
Yeah, this is often an idea as well. It does open the c file for the black's rooks, which might be one downside, but on the other hand it opens the d file for your rook. And now the bishop cannot go to e6 anymore. And I'm not sure if you... Are you going to go d6, like if I go, for example, bishop d7?
Maybe first queen b3.
Now I'd be thinking of maybe even going b5, even though it is a bit weakening.
But can I take on c6 and then knight d5? Is this a good idea?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, probably this one.
Yeah. Can certainly do that. Now the question is if I'm going to take or not. Probably not, because if I take, then you're going to have a double attack.
Yeah. But still it seems that it's fine for black.
Well, maybe you can take with the queen, it's better, because now you're threatening to take with the check. It looks at least a bit unpleasant, but maybe I can move the queen
then
somewhere.
You have queen e5. Yeah, or
Queen e6, there's knight c7, but yeah, as you said, maybe queen e5 or queen f7 is one option as well. well, it looks playable overall. Yeah, d5 is one interesting approach. I don't know if I have to go for b5 because, well, it is a little bit weakening after all. Maybe I can also go for the calmer approach. b6 also looks possible. So d5 is an interesting approach as well. You know? I like that. But well, the question is if she has to go for long castle. I was also thinking of playing it more positional like this. I would assume that black goes knight d7. Now I was having this idea. I don't know if it's any good, but just to bring the knight to g3 when this pawn on f5 is always a target and pawn on h5 is now well protected. So if you go bishop e6 now, I thought I could just castle short now. That was my idea, but maybe h5 is still going to get weak. Well, another question is if I actually want to exchange on e6 or not. Seems to me like
and
not.
then bring the other knight to f4?
Yeah, but then I'm not sure if I actually should play knight g3
Yeah,
now.
true.
Like, maybe I can castle right away, and if bishop e6 now, I would take. But now again, h5 is getting sort of weak, so I would have to defend it sort of passively with queen e2.
And also later in every endgame, this could be a weakness.
It can be. On the other hand, it also clamps down black's pawn structure, and the pawn on f5 becomes more weak. But yeah, after looking at this, I would assume that probably white doesn't really want to exchange the knight for this bishop. Okay, so should we start from the beginning? I think we checked out all of the games, right?
Yeah, or maybe before we make a second round here, we can show some surprise now, because we have some beautiful trophies here at this tournament. And maybe they are also interesting for the spectators. Yeah, so the trophies are from a very famous company, an Austrian China company, like one of the most popular in the whole world, I heard. And the name is Augarten, and they also deliver to the Austrian embassies or even to the president hall. So it's really something special. And the winner here, and also second and third place, will get one of the trophies. And now I'm gonna show you how they look like.
Yeah, you can get them. Maybe we can get the video feed again so that we can show the trophies. For now, we are still seeing the encounter between Kosteniuk and Zhongyi, who are still, I think it's Alexandra Kosteniuk who is still thinking about her.
Then it's still a surprise until we can show the trophies.
Until the viewers will see us once again. Yeah, we can still see that.
So you can guess the color in the meanwhile. Maybe red and white, but who knows, like Austria.
So yeah, we see Alexandra Kosteniuk. Yeah, in this position you need to make a decision, because, well, it often happens to me as well that you have two options. You can either castle long or castle short. And it both leads to completely different positions. And you have to make sure which one is the better option. And well, often it's even harder, like in a case like this, where both options seem quite playable. So what happens quite often then is that you're spending just so much time trying to figure out where to castle, because both just seem playable.
Yeah, I would go for long castling. And yeah, as we've been talking, I would go for d5.
Yeah, so knight d7, and you can also think about going d5 right away. Maybe that's also one option, but well, maybe the king is. Would be nice to place the king here first, because now also the knight could maybe jump to e5, for example. Yeah, this is just a stylistic decision. If you're going to go for long castle or short castle, but both seem to be very playable. So in the meanwhile, should we go back to Vaishali's game perhaps, because there have been quite a lot of developments. And the last update we saw was after queen e3. She did go for knight f6, not bishop e7, which was probably our favorite choice right here, just to get d5 on the next move. Instead, knight f6 happened, knight c3, and now d6. And Vaishali blitzes out b3, which now reminds me quite a lot about this system which Magnus Carlsen once employed against the sort of as an anti-knight which is this line. Queen takes d4, knight c6, and now we went for queen d2, and the whole point is that he wants to develop with b3, bishop b2, long castle, and then often start an attack with f3 and g4 and g5. I think the first game where he employed it was in Tata Steel against the Polish super grandmaster Jarosław Wojtaszek. And now we see sort of a similar idea with this queenside fianchetto, which is not that typical in.
I like this approach.
In the Sicilian.
And we didn't expect it at all, right?
Yeah.
Another surprise by Vaishali.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is how it went, bishop b2. And now she went for rook g1.
Rook g1, yeah. Planning to go for g4, g5. I like White's position.
Yeah, she's still playing pretty fast and confident. What would you consider castling here with black, or does that look suicidal?
No, yeah, I wouldn't. I've learned that in many Sicilian lines, the king just waits in the center and only castles later. So I would also wait here. And I'm not sure how to attack here. Probably someone with a5, a4. I have no other idea.
Yeah, a5, a4 is always one idea to attack like this, but on the other hand, a5 always weakens this b5 square, so the knight might be able to jump in there, and then d6 is going to become quite weak.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I really have no idea how black could attack here.
Well, b5, I guess, is quite typical, but the nice thing about this fianchetto in the Sicilian, often what I see is that that the attack is actually not coming that fast. Because usually this bishop is on e3, not on b2. And the bishop on b2 is a nice defender, but on the other hand, it's also a fantastic attacker in many cases on b2.
I love watching Vaishali's games. I have so many nice new ideas for my openings.
Yeah. Against the Caro-Kann, she showed this idea, which probably every Caro-Kann player now has to check.
Yeah, I will do so too.
And now it's the same with the Sicilian. So this queen takes d4 line against the e6 Sicilian. Looks very interesting. Yeah, I think I might check that myself in the evening, just because it's. Well, I mean, now her strategy just was completely successful with this move, with this b3 setup. So I think that black should probably go for this move, bishop b4 here, or for bishop e7, one move earlier.
Yeah. True. Okay, but I think now it's finally the time to show the beautiful trophies.
Yes.
Because I guess you're all super surprised, and they are not red and white, but they are white. So this is the nice trophy for the third place here, and it's just a very small horse.
Yeah. So maybe we can mention again that, since we talked about it before, but this is from the famous Austrian company Augarten, who also make those sort of statues for embassies, even for the Austrian president himself. So we feel very honored that again the organizers here make so much effort, and I think they spend 10,000 euros to
for all of free. It's
for
10,000 euros.
Just 3 trophies, so it's just unbelievable. Yeah. And well, this was only the third place. Wait until you're going to see the first place.
One. So here we have the second.
This is the second one.
So it's even bigger, and also showing more power And here comes number 1. So this is really the coolest trophy I have ever seen.
Yeah.
And here it is, number 1. Wow, such a huge horse, and it's really heavy, and it's all out of China. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, just don't drop it, yeah, otherwise we're going to be in big trouble.
And
So maybe
10,000 euros are lost.
we can
But
show
it's
it
really heavy.
in the camera. Yeah, it is. So yeah, that's the first prize. It even is written FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2025. So for all of you who are interested, I never saw any trophies like that in a chess event. I think this is just amazing. And the organizer is just doing so many things which are sort of new to chess. I mean, we're playing in a glass house. We have
China as trophies.
porcelain horses. Yeah, so it's just great to be here, and I'm curious to see who is gonna win those
Me
trophies.
too.
So maybe we can.
And how they will bring them home.
Yeah, that's a better question. Yeah, because well, I would not put them in my hand luggage.
No,
at least.
no.
From my experience, how the airport staff is handling my luggage, I would not risk doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So let's continue with the games.
Yes.
And the trophies can still watch and wait.
So we've checked out Vaishali's position. Looks quite promising so far. The next one was Muzychuk against Javakhishvili, and here we stopped after a4, a5. So black is avoiding b4 for now. But as I mentioned earlier, this b5 square gets weakened. So after knight b6, now the bishop can go to b5, and it's not so easy to kick it out. At least with a6, it's not possible anymore. Black goes bishop d6 back, knight e4. And yeah, I would be sort of happy with black here. Let's consider also the move knight a7. I don't know if it's any good.
Oh yeah, and then you can get my bishop, right?
Yeah, this is often one of the ideas here. I could even, I don't know if I want to go c6 and take on c4, but maybe I would just go knight b5. So knight a7 is something I would consider. Of course, also f5 needs to be thought about, but often it runs into ideas with knight g5 and then bishop c4 later on, even though now I'm not entirely sure that, well, if knight g5 now there is no bishop c4, so black could just, there is queen b3 though, so h6 doesn't work. Well, I don't know, maybe something like queen e7 would be possible. That seems like it's guarding the f7 square, and then h6 could come on the next move. Of course, those things are still complicated. You still need to think about moves like knight h7, but I'm not sure if that works here because king can maybe come to g6. There's no queen h5. But yeah, f5, I think I saw some games with this. Even a friend of mine had some games when there were some ideas with knight g5 here, I believe. And it was not easy to stop knight f7 as well as...
Why not? Ah, okay, because I can't move the queen.
Yeah, because
then
b6
I
is
lose
hanging.
my knight on b6. Okay, yeah.
So now that I remember here, I think this was sort of one big difference if you include a4 and a5. That here white had those ideas. If we see the same line without a4 and a5, so if it's knight d2 immediately and now knight b6, I think this was working better for black, at least especially there. So if knight e4 now, if we see the same, then this works better because after queen b3 check, king h8, knight g5 doesn't really do anything. Black can just go queen e7 and bishop c6 doesn't do anything because the knight on b6 is still protected.
Okay, so here in the game f5 is not that easy to play. So what else?
Well, she went for bishop d4.
Oh, yeah.
It's
It's already on the board, I see.
Also typical. Yeah, I still like the move knight a7, just because I'm quite a bishop pair fanatic. On the other hand, of course, if black takes on b5, the a-line opens up and the pawn on a5 could become target as well. Still, I would probably like knight a7, but maybe white can go for d4. And then has some concrete ideas as well. Maybe take with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw some games like this somewhere, but anyway, that's sort of a different story. Lela went for bishop g4, which is also quite logical, just pinning the knight and the queen on d1.
And will we see h3 here?
I think h3 is like quite a typical idea, but how do you follow it up after bishop h5?
I'm not 100% sure, but maybe in the right moment I can even attack with g4, not now,
Yeah,
but
G4.
someone.
yeah, g4 is always interesting. It's always hard to see if white is attacking or black is going to be the one attacking in those type of positions. And it would always be very nice for white to get knight h4, so one typical idea is often to play bishop g5. And if the queen moves, then you would have knight h4. But on the other hand, after bishop g5, then black could go for f6 and probably doesn't do anything much, or also bishop e7 would be possible. So if the knight doesn't get to h4, I'm not entirely sure how this would be for white. And otherwise, if knight g3, now bishop g6 works, and well, I never really liked playing those positions with white because the pawn on d3 just seems quite weak for me.
Yeah, same.
Somehow the Italian players always make it work. Mariya Muzychuk is one of them because they just have this great feeling for dynamics and just feel when is the right time to play d4 or when you can sort of attack this pawn on e5, but for me it was always difficult. Here I would consider the move knight g3 first, because now if you play h3 then the bishop cannot retreat anymore. But maybe you can play aggressive.
Yeah, exactly,
F5.
F5.
And I wanted to go for this, but well, maybe this light square bishop just doesn't matter as much, and perhaps you even have some attacking ideas like this. Thought this could be one idea. Knight e5, and then f4, but looks interesting, but computer is of course not really excited here. Or maybe you can just move the queen and then go knight f5, so I guess it doesn't really achieve anything much here. So I'm curious what is black's idea here. Maybe suggest something like queen d7. Or now knight e7. Not so easy because well, this bishop looks nice.
Or here maybe knight e7. Oh no, my b7 is also hanging.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same after knight e7. What happens if white captures on b7?
Yeah.
Is there maybe some nice idea there? I was trying to trap the queen somehow, but probably it doesn't. Well, there's maybe bishop c4, because I was trying to go for this.
Bishop d5?
Oh, yeah, that saves the day, huh? Bishop d5 is the move I missed. Well, what would I do without you? I would be, I would be lost here. So yeah, knight a7 is also probably not the right approach. I'm not sure what black can do here. If e4 doesn't work, if knight moves don't work so well, queen d7 doesn't look like the right move. So, any other ideas?
Not yet.
Of course, the other question is if white is actually threatening to take here, to take twice, but As materialistic as I am, I always...
You are materialistic.
I
Really?
would say so, yeah. Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
I'm actually not.
Well, that's good for you. I see that I can learn many things from you.
I like dynamic play.
Well, then this is the perfect exercise for you to help me out. Yeah?
Okay, yeah. I'm trying.
Like maybe you can just give the pawn like this, but I don't see how it's continuous here. Like if I take, I don't think black's attack is going anywhere. I don't like queen f6 either.
Yes, but maybe we can sacrifice b7 with knight e7. Because if you take, I had some ideas. For example, maybe
Well, maybe now.
yeah, c6 or e4, something like that, and then
And if now this probably just doesn't work because there's no
yeah.
more bishop d5.
yes.
And knight e7 is a great move. And otherwise, if the bishop has to move back, then, well, now I for sure have pretty good compensation with ideas like e4.
Oh, yeah.
So this looks pretty promising. Okay, so we figured this out. Not so easy to see that in a game. I'm curious to see.
But there's still only bishop g4 at the moment on the board,
Yeah.
so not even our knight g3. So
Yeah,
maybe move to another game. I would be also interested in this Petrov game.
Yeah, let's check this out. So as I explained before, this is sort of a smart idea from black that she wants to wait until white plays rook e1, because now after bishop g4, well, Zhu played bishop g5, but the key idea is that white often goes for h3, and now after takes, the rook would actually be rather on g1 than on e1. And well, if you go for a move like king b1 here, for example, now bishop g4 would be less good, because now after h3, takes, the rook comes to g1 in one move. So white doesn't lose time there. But anyway, Zhu went for bishop g5, queen d7 is on the board. I would also be thinking of perhaps taking here and going knight h5, if that doesn't blunder anything, but maybe it does.
But where is the blunder?
Yeah, but it does seem a bit risky. Maybe I would prefer to prepare it with g6.
Yeah.
Still not easy to see what is wrong with those moves. Well, you always need to watch out for these ideas, but I don't think it works here because there's king g7 in the end. Also, maybe knight h5 is quite good here.
But instead, just attack with the pawns, going for f4, f5.
Yeah, this might be the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about those positions, but
I like it for white.
maybe you can just go for
Maybe
that
I shouldn't
attack.
take the bishop. Maybe it's better to go to h6.
Yeah, I thought now I can maybe try to exchange it once again.
Oh.
I mean, what you can try to do is just to give the exchange first, and then maybe attack with f5, even though there's f6. So it does look a bit dangerous for black, though. I mean, there might be all sorts of sacrifices already. I don't know if that probably doesn't work just yet, though. But anyway, the game continued with queen d7, yeah, which is quite a safe move as well, I would say, because it just steps out of this pin. So I like Nurgyul's decision.
And it's also one of her ideas to go with the bishop to f5 and exchange.
I would certainly say so. Bishop f5 going back can be one idea, even though it loses a tempo, but in many cases it doesn't really matter.
I think in this position it doesn't matter.
Because the bishop on d3 is a very
it's super
important
strong.
attacking piece. Yeah, you could think about it.
That's what I would play with black.
Yeah, bishop f5 is quite a nice idea here. Well, the game goes on, but once black manages to exchange the bishops, white's attack is going to be, well, at least much slower, in some cases even non-existent anymore. Yeah, that's a
And then we could reach a nice endgame, which I would love. I love endgames.
Yeah, those Petrov endgames are often, like, people underestimate them, because in the Petrov, generally, black has the better pawn structure.
It's like in Caro-Kann, where you also have the better pawn structure with black.
Well, I guess it depends on the line there, but I would say in the Caro-Kann, you have, like, good long-term prospects, strategically speaking. So
yeah, that's what
it's,
I mean.
yeah. So white has to sort of challenge the whole strategy, and if they don't manage to do so in time, then it can often backfire. Well, this pawn structure is also, it's not like it's so bad, but still, black's one is a bit more sound.
Okay, so
Nurgyul is still
can we move on
thinking.
to Olga against Anna?
Yeah,
I'm super interested.
Yeah, me as well, since the position is quite non-standard. So she went for e5, knight d5, and c4. So
Yeah, actually this was my first idea, but then I realized that I don't think it's such a good move.
yeah, it's risky, certainly, because white is exposing some squares as well. But on the other hand, it's getting rid of this knight, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was also my first idea to go for c4 and then immediately d4. But when you showed me knight c3, I decided that this is so much better.
Yeah, I think
I like
is
this
just
idea a lot.
more harmonious way to play, because white does have some long-term prospects. Like if you get queen d2 or queen e2 and then long castle, and even c4, then it's going to be hard for black to actually develop the pieces, I would say.
Yeah, I like this idea.
Yeah, instead there was c4, and now she went to c7, which is the most logical move, I would say, just trying to get knight e6, but I wonder if she could have maybe played knight b4. Because now the same idea which we saw in the game, d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, doesn't work anymore
Yes.
because of knight c2.
That was also my idea before.
Yeah, and otherwise I don't know how white is supposed to
I
take.
think she has to take with the bishop, otherwise she's losing the e5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking about some knight moves here, but probably it all doesn't really work so well. So we would have to take with the bishop, but now, well, white is also losing some time. It sort of reminds me of the Scotch, where white has kind of an overextended center, but if black is not in time to break out, then she actually has the better long-term prospects. She manages to finish her development and maybe even go for something like a3 and b4. Black's pieces are going to be a bit passive as well. But was there anything else here except for c takes d4? There might have been other ways to challenge the center. But it's anything but easy. I was wondering if this is one idea, but it does look not easy to find. My point is that if bishop c3 comes now, then I want to take, and now you cannot take with the bishop anymore due to some discovered checks. And otherwise I would say that I guess you have to take with the knight, but then the pawn on e5 is falling. So I guess objectively this was the best chance, but it's not easy to see that because, well, you don't really want to develop the queen that often, and also, well, it's not obvious here. Because a3 and b4 is coming, and I'm guessing black comes out on top in the end, but not so easy to see all of that. So instead, Anna went for knight c7, and after d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, and now queen e3. So all of this reminds me a bit about the other Sicilian game between Vaishali and Dzagnidze.
Yeah, you're right.
Where we also see the queen on e3 and also the bishop trinketed on b2.
But no attack with g4, g5.
Yeah, that's true. Also this knight often gets this nice square on e6. And the main question is if black can just challenge the center right away with d6.
I think so.
So in this position I might have considered a move queen d2 as well, because now the bishop on b2 is protected. And now d6 doesn't work because
Oh
white
yeah,
can take
I
with the
see the
queen.
difference. Yeah,
And in the end, rook on h8 is hanging.
yeah. It seems queen d2 is stronger.
Yeah, well, still, black can go for short castle on knight e6 first. And yeah, I get her point that now she cannot really develop the knight on b1 easily. Because with the queen on e3, the knight can go to d2 and also to c3, because from e3 the queen protects the pawn on e5. So this probably didn't seem so natural to her. I guess white can still go for move like bishop e2. Still doesn't seem all that bad for black. Maybe even at some point d6 is still possible. So Olga went for queen e3, and now it seems like Anna Muzychuk is thinking about her choices. So yeah, d6 is certainly a logical move.
Yeah.
And how do you follow it up?
Knight d2.
Yeah, knight bd2. Could even have some ideas with long castle. Let's say I also castle. So do you castle long now like Vaishali does? That's
Yeah.
I mean, let's try it
Not
just for fun,
so
right?
Okay, for fun it's fine. Yeah, probably it's just working.
Very complicated.
A5.
A5 is one idea, yeah. Not sure if it's fast enough, this play here, but
Yeah.
if you manage to open up the A file, it might be quite dangerous for white. Of course, I can think about ideas like knight e4 and then the pawn on d6. Might also get weak, but of course you can often even think about sacrificing it and just going for the attack like this.
And instead of A5, do you have any other idea?
I think about bringing the knight to e6 so that the queen can go to a5.
And can I take on d6 now?
Yeah, I thought I don't know if I want to take on b2 first or not, but yeah, very unusual position. Don't see that king in this structure, you don't see this king on b2 that often.
Okay, before I take on d6, I think maybe first knight to e4.
Yeah, still that move might be a good idea. I thought I can go for a move like queen a5, but maybe you can even take on d6 here, but it does look quite risky. I mean, it's getting pretty complicated. Taking on d6, and I can take here. Yeah, that looks more scary for white than it does for black, I honestly have to say. Yeah, do we have an update in the game? We don't just yet. So after d6, well, knight e2 seems like a logical move. Also wonder if you can develop like this. But maybe bishop g4 can be a bit unpleasant. Just trying to take here.
But the ancient seems to be so happy after bishop e2. So maybe there's something else for black.
Yeah, there might be something better. Well, maybe you can castle again. Still, there is something better. Wondering
like
if there's
taking?
some... Thought this might be one idea, but... Because if knight c6 now, I can take on b2.
Yeah, the bishop on b2. Okay.
And otherwise, I mean, a move like f4 just seems quite weakening. Can at least take on e5 and your pawn structure is going to be bad, but of course, again, taking on e5 was not a good choice, but I guess I can castle or do something like that. So just f4 feels a bit wrong in this position if you have to play it. Yeah, d6 sort of puts white into kind of a difficult situation, I would say, because there are many options. You can only choose one, but on the other hand, it's Anna Muzychuk's move, so she also needs to make the decision. It would also seem quite logical to start with castle first, which I think would be inaccurate because now white can go knight c3, and now, well, if d6 now, at least white can always take.
Yeah.
And maybe even go long castle once again, yeah. Or rook d1. Might not get too excited with long castle. So this is
The right moment for d6, definitely.
yeah, I agree. And well, we had knight d2. I don't know if there were any better options. For now, it seemed quite difficult for us to come up with something. Because knight c3 is the square you want to go, but now I would guess that black can just win the pawn. Even that is not entirely convincing. I wonder why. White really has compensation here? Just like this, or? Wow.
Surprising.
It's quite hard to understand, just with the open e-file, and I guess whenever the king castles, there might be ideas with h4 and h5. This is not so obvious, I have to say, but well, black can maybe think about taking on e5 with the pawn as well, and then putting the knight to d4. Yeah, difficult decision after d6. Did not manage to come up with a satisfactory move just yet.
Yeah, we haven't found it yet.
Yeah. So we had knight e2, we had knight c3, we had bishop e2. What else is even there?
Some bishop c3, which looks really stupid.
Yeah. It looks very slow, but it seems like it's the best move.
Yeah, because it's against all these ideas with queen a5.
Yeah, and also the bishop is not protected.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my idea here.
But I think if my opponent would play that move, I would call the arbiter, yeah. Like, bishop c3.
I'm cheating or what?
No, you're just too strong, yeah. Like bishop c3 is just...
strong.
I never thought of that move. But yeah, now that you explained it, it does make sense, because now also queen d6 doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Because the bishop is protected.
Exactly, that was my idea. To solve all these problems here.
Bishop c3 is a nice move. I guess I would castle though. It's still, well, do you go
and
knight
now,
d2 now?
yes, knight d2. Oh, and now I'm losing again. Wow. Why am I losing now?
Yeah, difficult to understand. So this doesn't look so bad, like if white manages to take everything.
This is fine.
Black is not going to be worse either, but I guess that white is going to finish development.
Yeah, no, here I'm happy, but what else?
And if knight e6, are you going to take on d6? Or bishop e2 just?
Yeah, bishop e2. Okay, now I'm losing. Why?
Well,
d5?
I can.
Or you just take?
Yeah, I was thinking d5 also looked quite attractive usually, but I thought that now I can take here and now put one knight to d4. I'm still not sure which one, but maybe that one. This also works because after knight c6 I have knight c2 with check.
Oh yeah, you have
And-
knight c2.
And also knight e3
Yeah.
with check, that's important, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see. Knight c2.
So I think that's one important idea, trying to bring the knight to d4 in some cases.
Wow, this position is so complicated, although it doesn't look like.
Yeah. So it might be actually the time to take on d6 at some moment. But now I'm not in time to finish development, and ed6 is unpleasant. I was only thinking about this. But now I thought like you can take and go bishop e2, and it's probably not so bad. But ed6 and then rook e8 is just coming. Maybe bishop e2. I would like that move.
But I just saw that we have a move on the board,
Yeah,
and it is
knight b-
actually what I wanted to play.
Yeah,
knight
as I
d2.
said, bishop c3 I think is
Yeah, it's crazy. And even then, after like castling,
Still
we still
difficult.
Yeah, we still face some difficulties here. Okay, but also here it seems that Ancient likes black's position. So, what is the correct move?
objectively, yeah, but practically speaking, I think this is not so bad for white.
And what about knight b4?
Yeah, knight b4 might be
Just queen c3 or something?
an interesting idea. Queen c3 is possible. I'm even thinking about this crazy idea.
Really? I wanted to take, but
Yeah, and then I
Okay,
thought if you go back,
and
I
then you're
can
taking on d6, and okay, yeah, I see. You have a lot of development and
some issues at least, and if take here, I can take on c7, and then I
Yeah.
will win the piece.
okay, it's not knight to b4.
Yeah,
So let's have a think. And it was not castling.
well, I think that castle is the move that most players would make here. I also don't think if there's, not sure if there's anything better if you take on e5. Well, now
No.
the problem is that this idea with queen d6, well, maybe it works. Again. Well, now the difference is maybe knight e4. Or is there even some better knight move than that? Knight e4 looks good now. Tempo on the queen, and if queen b4, I have bishop c3.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting position. Well, objectively it's shifting towards Muzychuk's favor, but well, practically speaking, we are not entirely sure where this game is going.
Yeah, maybe here it's also knight e6.
Knight e6 is also possible, but then,
immediately.
well, now this idea with takes and knight d4 is maybe not as much of
Yeah.
a problem, so maybe I can go for long castle now.
Okay.
Just very complicated.
It is.
And it can also certainly go wrong for black, because this bishop is not really taking part in the game just yet. So I just got information that will go on our first break now. In the meanwhile, well, the games are only in the starting stage, especially the game which we just had a look at, Badelka against Muzychuk Anna. Seems very interesting, and also in the other games it seems like there are not really going to be any short draws today. But once again, a lot of fighting chess.
Yeah.
So we're going on our first break, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes.
See you. Welcome back to the third round of the Women's FIDE Grand Prix here in Austria. And so far, not so much has happened, but at least Muzychuk Anna seems to have a small advantage. Let's have a look maybe at this game.
Yeah, in Muzychuk's game, this is one of the ones where I think actually some things have happened. Because, well, we have an opposite castling situation, at least most likely. There's one other game where there are also opposite side castles. But this game between Olga Badelka and Anna Muzychuk is really heating up. So far, the opening stage was a little bit surprising to see that, well, Badelka went for this queenside fianchetto, but after g6 she went for e4, which then sort of transposes to some sort of b3 Sicilians. If white goes e4, c5, b3, this is a type of position which you can also reach there. And Anna Muzychuk went for bishop g7, and here we thought that knight c3 would be an interesting way of developing, with the point that after knight takes c3, white could take with the d-pawn and then go for a queenside castle at some point. But instead, Olga Badelka went for c4, and now the position really started to become quite double-edged. We were analyzing the move bishop c3 here, which seems to be the best move according to the computer, but as I said before, that if my opponent plays a move like that, I would probably call the arbiter, because bishop c3 is just a very difficult move to play, at least. Yeah, the point is just that the bishop is going to be protected, but still it seems very logical just to develop with knight d2, which Olga Badelka did, and Anna Muzychuk went bishop f5, and now we see a long castle on the board. I wonder what happens after knight b4, because, well, there is a mate in one thread.
What about bishop c3? Oh no, sorry, it's not working. You can. I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to take away your square, but.
Yeah, I had the same idea with bishop a3, but now I don't. I mean, maybe even black can take and have some compensation here, but at least here the knight is getting trapped. But after bishop a3, it seems like black has a couple of options, like maybe a5 could be one idea, for example.
Oh no, it's just knight c2.
Ah, there's knight c2, yeah, even easier, just picking up the bishop on a3. Yes, well spotted.
Okay, what else?
I was thinking maybe knight e4 could be one idea.
Yeah.
Because now at least there's not going to be checkmate, since the knight blocks the bishop's diagonal.
Yeah, probably.
And if knight a2 now, king b1, knight b4, and maybe white can take on d6. So this, well, again, it's very complicated. The computer is not happy at all here, but I'm still not entirely sure where this game is heading, because it's just so difficult to play, and I like how confident and especially fast Olga Badelka is handling the situation.
Yeah, true.
So knight b4, knight e4 still seems like it's at least playable for white. Can black think about just castling? Maybe that's a more reasonable alternative. Still perhaps knight e4.
I think I have to sacrifice this pawn.
You mean the d6 pawn, huh?
Yeah, knight e6. I'm not sure if this is working, and then queen e5.
Now immediately queen a5, or?
Yes, actually. Or maybe first. Yeah. Okay, I see. First taking on b2.
Maybe you can also just take here and now take here, and then queen f6 might be coming.
But this is interesting because it seems that it's already that strong for black, and
yeah, it's also
I
surprising
wouldn't believe
to me.
that.
Well, I think the main issue is that the dark squares are quite weak, and especially if queen f6 is coming on the next move, that might be sort of the...
Yeah. But long term, I just have a lot of problems with my black pawns.
Yeah, the pawn on d6 is a long-term weakness. If queens were off the board here, it would be an entirely different scenario, but with queens, black has a lot of attacking chances with queen a5 and then perhaps a5, a4. So it seems like the quite natural long castle is pretty strong. And 96, which is Veronica's.
Or even instead of
suggestion.
castling, like immediately going for 96. Just wondering if this is also an idea.
And then to go for immediately queen a5.
Yes,
yeah.
again. But I prefer to castle first, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, at least. Castling first seems a bit safer, even though I can also understand 96 because you just want to get queen a5 right away. But let's say long castle, 94 and 96. Maybe I can go knight g3 just to eliminate the strong bishop. Still maybe queen a5 and if white takes, g takes f5. Both this pawn and this pawn on a2 is hanging and well, it's very complicated. Maybe it's possible to take on a2. Bishop g7 looks sort of forced. Yeah, the king on a1 looks at least like it's in some danger. So still not clear at all, because if king g7, white has this check on c3 and the queen is defending everything quite nicely until now. I don't know if knight g7 is maybe a better way to recapture. Well, it's not over yet by any means. I don't know if I should take here or if it only makes things worse. I mean, knight before, I thought I still have queen c3.
Oh,
Or, well, I can take on f8 first and then.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And then go queen c3. But maybe queen a1 first. King c2, knight before, and if king d2, at least I can give another check here, and the king is kind of running out of squares, and if king e1, then rook e8 seems quite unpleasant.
Yes, super unpleasant.
So yeah, taking on a7 is probably not such a good idea. Maybe you have to defend everything with queen c3, but then black can take on d6. Yeah. Black is even a pawn up, which I thought we're going to end up with a different situation, that white is going to be up some material and black has an attack, but here it seems like black is up a pawn and also still has quite some attacking chances. Well, maybe the queen is getting kicked out with rook d2, so it's not entirely clear yet. Yeah, it's still Anna Muzychuk's move, and she's, well, actually quite low on time. Both players have only made 11 moves so far, and
Yeah, but this is a super complex position.
absolutely, yeah. So I think in this game we can certainly see even more action later on when both players are gonna run low on time.
Can we have a look at the game between Tan and Kosteniuk?
Yeah, we have left it somewhere around here. Well, actually here, where we were saying that white can consider both options with when it comes to castling, that both long castle and short castle are pretty serious options, but Alexandra went for queenside castles, which also fits in the position quite well since white has already advanced his h-pawn. We were actually analyzing this line, right? I think. Was it bishop e6, by the way?
First with the knight, actually.
First knight d7, yeah.
Yes.
And we were saying king
King
b1.
b1 and knight f6, yeah.
And
And
now we
then
were
d5,
analyzing
yeah.
d5. When we thought that after bishop d7, white has some ideas like queen b3, but still, well, also the king on b1 can often be a bit weak if the b file opens up. And comparably, I would say that the king on h7 is quite safe, because it's not clear how white can open up some files there. So this was...
But instead, she played knight to a6. Or what is the idea behind
also
this move? To
logical.
play b4 and then maybe d3 someone?
yeah, the knight could come to b4. Also, the knight can later on go to c7 and then just to fight for this d5 square. So knight a6 is definitely a very reasonable move as well. Alexandra went for king b1, just getting the king to safety, bishop e6, and now Alexandra went for the move d5. Yeah, I'm not sure if white had any other options, like this move f3 is always something to consider. Just trying to fight for the center and attack the pawn on e4. Maybe here knight b4 is a bit of an issue. So yeah, the knight on a6 definitely has some upsides as well if it can go to b4, and the pawn on a2 is often hanging as well. So she went for d5, which opens up the d file for rook. At the same time, it also opens up the c file for black's rook. So now we have sort of a symmetrical position, but still with a lot of dynamic involved, since the kings have castled to opposite sides. Rook d4, rook ac8, queen d2, and knight c5. So this knight wants to head towards d3, therefore Alexandra Kosteniuk went for knight f4, just guarding the square on d3. And a5 is...
This is interesting.
Yeah,
of course, I'm not taking the pawn and opening the a file.
Yeah, if queen a5, I guess that rook a8 is
yeah, it's
a big
already
issue, and if
killing.
queen c5, then
and taking on
queen
a2.
takes a2, and then rook c8 is going to come with
It's crushing.
devastating results. Yeah. Should not take the pawn, but on the other hand, I'm having a bit of a hard time understanding what is the reason to play a5, because usually you play a5 to try and avoid b4. In this case, I have a hard time believing that b4 is
dangerous.
is white's idea. Well, maybe she wants to push a4 and just try to gain some space later on. Could be one idea. But okay, a5 is also can definitely be useful later on. Rook d6, and it seems like this is the current position. Well, yeah, this pawn sooner or later is a weakness as well. So, which side would you pick here?
White.
White down.
Yes.
I also feel like the king on b1 is actually quite safe. Same with the king on h7, but white's pieces just seem a bit more active here. The rook on d6 controls the 6th rank pretty nicely. And also the knight on f4 is well protected there. It protects the d3 square and also often has some attacking ideas on g6.
Yeah, it's not so easy to play with black. I mean, the knight is here on c5, and now the rook doesn't have like an open file, and I don't know how to proceed. I would like to move rook d8, but I think this will never be possible.
Yeah, probably. It would be nice to exchange this rook here. I'm thinking if you can exchange the knight on f4 as well, but now the problem is, well, first of all, rook d7 might always happen.
Yeah.
And also the pawn on a5 is now actually hanging in many occasions.
Yeah.
So white could even think about maybe taking on a5 here. And it's not entirely obvious where black's compensation is.
Queen c4, some...
Yeah,
oh, no, my pawn is hanging on
take on
f5,
but even if I defend anything, everything with queen d2.
Yeah, true.
Like, I'm not even sure if I want to take here, because then my queen is sort of offside and black is already threatening queen c2 followed by queen c1 checkmate. So, yeah, that can be, of course, sort of a risk if you play a5, that this pawn is going to drop later on. And, well, she can continue with a4, but then the b4 square is weak as well, and the queen can maybe go there in some moments. Or the rook from h1. I mean, I guess that rook d1 or rook c1 is also...
First rook d1.
Also both logical ideas. I don't know if black is actually intending to go a3. Is it so?
I like a3.
Yeah, the problem is with b3 that the king is always going to be weak, and on top of that, maybe even this can be one idea. Because if white takes, then after queen b3, king a1, there's going to be rook c2. Maybe this was her idea after all, to just push the pawn to a4 and then have some ideas with a3. And the downside is if white plays a3 herself, then the b3 square is going to be available for both the queen on f7 and as well as the knight on c5.
But white has to play a3. Or what do you think?
I think maybe queen d5 could be one option, because if I exchange queens, your initiative is not going to be so strong on the queen side. And in general, the endgames would be a bit concerning here for me as black. Because, well, the pawn on f5 is then going to be quite difficult to defend in many cases. That's like a long-term problem for...
So this is not an easy draw, even though it looks like completely symmetrically?
Yeah, it is completely symmetrical, but I would definitely pick white here just because the pieces are more active, and even though the computer, as usual, says 0.0, I think most players would probably pick white here.
Yes.
But yeah, Zhongyi is still thinking. a4 certainly seems like the move which was her idea after all, but maybe she did not, or maybe she underestimated the idea with queen d5, which also Alexandra's last move.
That's why rook d6 is so strong, yeah.
Yeah, that explains it. And I think that's quite a nice idea for white. And did we see a move?
Yes.
Do you see what was?
No, I can't really figure out.
So rook e5 was played.
Ah, she's preventing queen d5.
Preventing queen d5,
but
yeah.
I don't know, somehow this rook here on e5. It looks so lost.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. On the other hand,
unprotected and...
Well, the first question is, well, I don't think anyone would consider taking on a5, but it would be nice to know why it doesn't work. My first guess would be knight d3, but... And then... Well, at least black can exchange this powerful knight, and... I don't even know where this queen is going. Maybe to d2. Still doesn't look entirely obvious where the compensation lies in. But yeah, just to make a point, I would even say that maybe a position like this gives black some activity. Probably there was something better, but... Well, to make it simple, I would say that whenever black manages to exchange the knight on f4, it would be a huge success. Even if black in return gives up this pawn on a5.
Yeah, right.
But there seems like there's something better. Queen d4 would be a move I would consider as well, just to attack the rook on e5, and it seems quite a natural way of proceeding as well. And I wonder what her idea is here, like how do you...
I think she played rook to c1.
Oh, so she did go for rook c1. Yeah. Queen d4 seemed...
Yeah, I like queen d4.
Pretty nice.
Just
I don't
asking
know
the rook
what the idea was.
It's doing here.
Rook e8 I think maybe fails due to knight g6.
Yeah, knight g6. No, rook e6 is not
possible. You have rook e6,
yeah.
I thought I'm winning the knight on c5, but rook e6 is possible. So, yeah, I don't know what her idea was here. I guess it was rook e8, because otherwise I don't see how you defend it. I mean, you don't really want to go back with the rook after moving it to e5.
And can I play knight to... No, I wanted to go knight d5. No.
Then maybe she can play knight d3, yeah?
I know I wanted to win the 7th rank, but okay, I'm not winning it.
Well, you can do it, right?
Oh yeah, I am winning it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice trick, because queen d7 fails because of knight f6. So knight d5 is also an interesting move, but well...
But it's not the best.
So she played rook c1. I'm also wondering if, well, white can play rook c1 now and just get like a better version, because the queen is already on d4. She played rook c1 right away, which also seems to be quite
strong.
a good
And now with the idea of
continuation.
playing queen to d4. Yeah, I like white's position now. This rook e5. I don't know. It looks
Yeah,
active,
yeah.
but the problem is the rook is unprotected and doesn't really have some space.
Yeah, exactly. And now also the rook on c8 is not protected anymore, so in most cases you want to keep the rooks connected on the 8th rank. So maybe a4 was a
Yeah.
better way of proceeding here, with some ideas with a3 just to try and...
But Tan wanted to avoid a draw after queen d5, I guess.
Yeah, or at least some sort of unpleasant position, yeah, because, well, I'm not sure this is such a straightforward draw after all. Like on the board it seems still quite unpleasant, and Tan's style in general is that she wants to keep many pieces on the board and doesn't really like those slightly worse endgames. But yeah, rook c1 is the current position. We
And I
see-
think good chances for Alexandra.
Yeah, it would be quite nice to see her come back, and what a surprise it would be that she would be the one to stop Tan Zhongyi in her winning streak.
Yeah, true. Okay, now I'm also very interested in Vaishali's scheme.
Yeah,
What
let's
happened
go
here?
back here. It seems like there was some sort of pretty big change in evaluation. So, as we discussed earlier, she went for this queen set fianchetto. She seemed quite nice. And after rook g1, I think this is where we left it last
Yeah.
time. So white is intending to push g4 and then g5, starting a kingside attack. And Nana went for knight to g4, which just stops white from getting g4 herself. Queen d2 happened. And now b5. Always also wondering how white is intending to save this pawn on f2, but I guess on many occasions you can even give it up like this, and after rook e1 you might pick it up on the next move. So Nana went for b5, now h3, knight f6 back, and g4. Knight to e5, and it seems like knight d4 was maybe not the best decision, but I can understand why Vaishali did not want to go for this, because it also opens up the bishop on e7, and it might be able to go to b4, pinning the knight and the queen, or also going to c5 and to d4. So
And also here, in this case, the double pawn is really strong.
yeah, mostly in the Sicilian, yeah, this double pawn is actually quite useful because the pawn on e6 protects the d5 square. And now it doesn't seem like white's attack is going anywhere. Like you can push, of course, g5, but well, first of all, the knight could come into
f4, yeah.
into f4. And well, even if knight d7, I'm not sure that those pawns are actually going anywhere. And then meanwhile, black can have some threats herself on the queen side with ideas like rook c8 and bishop e4. So it's not so clear what else she could have done. Would maybe queen f4 be one interesting alternative? I guess now you can't take on f2 though. I'm not sure about it, but I thought that here e5 might work, but maybe you have knight d5 here. All very complicated stuff.
Why you didn't go for queen g3?
I thought that the knight comes back via g4, but maybe you can just play h3, yeah?
Yeah, and I take on g7.
And then rook g8. And then maybe you have knight d5. That's probably quite a nice idea.
Oh yeah, here at this moment, yeah.
So black cannot take because of queen g8, and otherwise if black does take on g7, then knight c7 picks up a lot of material. So maybe queen f4 was an interesting choice. Well, e5, no, still not sure, because there will always be knight d5. Still, maybe black would have to go for knight e5.
But it's a better version compared to the game.
Maybe. The queen on f4 also blocks the f pawn, so it's not entirely obvious, but yeah, also doesn't seem bad for black. Like, it's just a very unstandard Sicilian position, and this plan with g4 just doesn't seem to be that effective now anymore because the knight is not on f6 after all.
Yeah, this was so strong, this maneuver, with knight g4
Yeah,
to e5.
I wonder if
Strong
she could have
decision.
played h3 instead, just to avoid knight g4
Yeah,
and then to push g4.
yes.
But well, maybe black could go knight d7 anyway, and if g4, knight e5 once again. But now she
This
has
seems to
a
make a difference.
tempo up because, yeah, she did not get knight g4 with a tempo on the queen. Yeah, maybe h3 would be a slight improvement over Vaishali's idea. So this is the current position, knight e5, knight d4, and b4 is on the board. And Vaishali is burning a lot of time.
Yes.
Down to 37 minutes. And is she just dropping the pawn on e4? So knight is going to have to move. Well, we often see those ideas in the Sicilian that you can give up the pawn on e4 for often quite dangerous compensation. But is it enough here?
Why didn't you want to take on b4?
I can take on b4. Well, if I see that I can take a pawn, I will always take it.
Yeah, much realistic.
But maybe knight f2 is an issue.
And knight d3 maybe somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, that's also in the picture. Yeah, for example, if rook e1, then knight d3 would be a nice trick.
Okay, yeah.
And white cannot take because of the pin on the c file, and therefore loses the queen. So that's why I suggested a move like queen e3. I mean, you could also consider maybe queen e1, which might have some upsides. It's not easy to see what they are. I mean, one thing is which queen e3 might be in danger because of some bishop g5 ideas in some cases with the pin here. So that's why maybe queen e1 could be considered as well. And then, well, the knight is hanging, and I might push f4.
Yeah, it's interesting how this game shifted. I mean, before I really enjoyed Vaishali's position, and now actually I would like to be Nana.
Would you though?
Yeah,
After
I
queen
would.
e1?
Yes, still. For
Where
me
would
it looks easier to play.
What would you do with that knight?
Well, I'm not a Sicilian player, so I'm not sure if it's a good idea to exchange the knight on a4. I know that it is not like perfectly placed on
You
a4.
mean knight c5
but
or?
yes. The thing is, it always prevents like a5, a4. Yeah. But you see, I'm not a Sicilian player.
Well, now I can take on c5. I could also think about taking on b4.
And then f4 somewhere.
I like taking here for some reason, because dc seems wrong. There is knight takes e6 at least.
With the queen.
So you would have to take with the queen, and now I was
And then
hoping
f4.
for some f4 or bishop g2.
Mm.
At least it looks dangerous because the bishop on g2 on b2 is now becoming quite a monster.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, I thought that bishop b7 could be considered as well. Just not moving the knight just yet.
Yeah, it's better.
And now I was not sure if maybe bishop g2. Again, attacking the knight on e4, and at some moment it has to move. Still knight c5. I'd be a bit scared because of knight takes c5, and
Yeah, no, it's not working.
yeah, again the knight on e5
There's
is
too much
always-
to protect for the queen.
Exactly, yeah. And d5 also weakens this diagonal quite a lot, so I would also be scared of playing it. But what else? Like if the knight moves, well, knight f6 will also run into g5 later on. Again, f4 is there, maybe even right away. So I'm just trying to make the point that even though the computer now likes black, it's still not really obvious to me. And where did she move the knight to?
Not
Oh,
A4.
she went to E2, okay.
Okay, interesting. I thought Sicilian players always move the knight to A4.
Yeah, in many cases you don't really have a choice. Because often there's a piece standing on E2 as well, like a bishop or the queen sometimes. It's not so clear what is better here, because, well, the knight on A4, on the one hand, it's often not doing much, but it also, well, as we saw earlier, knight C5 is not possible because we can often take, and also it's eyeing the B6 square in many cases. But she went for knight E2. So I'm pretty sure that Nana should take on E4. Otherwise, white is just going to push F4, I would say. And after knight E4, maybe her idea is queen E3.
Yeah, I like bishop B7.
Bishop B7 once again.
Bishop G2 again.
Yeah, I would guess so, yeah. Well, you can again try to protect the knight with D5, which, well, probably the knight should not really move, because then if the knight moves, also the queen gets the...
And if I reply after D5 with F3 and then F4?
Well, after F3, the funny thing is that I might even not have to retreat the knight. I don't know if I can do that, but... Oh no, bishop G5 just doesn't work. You know, my idea was that if takes, for some reason I thought that the bishop is protected, and my idea was this, which at least is quite beautiful. So extra points for creativity, but of course white can take care. I can try to make the same idea work with H6, but well, it's actually not so bad, which is
it's really not bad.
which is surprising, yeah. So now the point is that bishop G5 works, but yeah, it's probably wiser to move the knight, even though it's not clear where, because whenever the knight moves, then white has some sacrifices on E6, and then is going to win back the pawn, maybe even with interest. Yeah, this is not clear at all.
Yeah, another complicated game.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at Lela against Mariya?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time ago, and I see that Mariya only has 23 minutes left on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, against Lela's 56 minutes. And white has given up the bishop on b5, which is often not such a good sign.
And also there's a pawn on h5.
Yeah, let's see
Wow.
how we got there. Yeah? So it was a big line in the Italian, and here after bishop g4 we were discussing knight g3 with the idea that white is aiming to win the bishop pair, but it seemed like after Veronica suggested the strong move knight e7 here that also black has quite a comfortable position, because after queen b7 black can go c6 and white cannot take because the bishop is going to get lost after rook b8. So Mariya went for rook e1, which is also quite typical, and now Lela went for knight a7, which is a move I quite like.
Yeah, me too.
Just trying to get the bishop pair and exchange a bishop on b5, so h3, bishop h5, and knight g3.
They played all our ideas.
Yeah, just with a slightly different move further. I think including knight a7 and rook e1, we had it earlier without this inclusion. But well, it seems like there might be something better than knight g3. Because her plan was to follow it up with h4, but after h6, well, the bishop found quite a comfortable square on h7. And maybe it did not do.
And then she went back with the knight.
Then she went back with the knight, So here it's very not clear, because black has quite a clear objective to take on b5. Well, the first question is maybe it's good to answer why not knight takes e5. What am I missing here?
Well, I could take on b5, I could take on e5 and then on d3.
Yeah, I thought that's possible, but in the end, the material is equal and the pawn on c7,
c7
is
is weak.
gonna get weak.
Also
Like,
a5.
for example, in an endgame like that, you might get rook e7 or rook c5, and this pawn is
Okay, yeah,
a bit
counter
of a
play.
weakness. But I think there's something better here. I think it's this. If I take on e5 and go c6,
Oh yeah.
then your bishop is actually trapped because bishop c4 doesn't work.
Yeah.
Since knight c4 wins the piece because white cannot capture back.
So what would you do instead?
Instead of the move knight e4, which you played in the game? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, d4 is always a move you want to make, but here not, because the knight on g3 is going to get captured later on. Otherwise, I would like to play that move. And other than that, I don't really like the position that much anymore. Also, a move like bishop e3 sort of blocks the rook on e1, so maybe black can just take, or even go for c6 once again. This also might be one idea. Apparently not. Well, now maybe white can take and go back with the bishop. Yeah, that's something black wants to avoid, because usually this bishop is much more powerful than the bishop on c1. But maybe black can take here and then go for something like knight d5 or so. So yeah, it's tough spot already here for Mariya Muzychuk. She went for knight e4, knight takes b5 and rook e8. Probably preparing f5, since f5 right away she did not want to allow white to win back the bishop pair. Also doesn't seem so clear. Like I would maybe even take black here once again, because these pawns are already quite far advanced, but she had the nice idea to prepare it with bishop f8 first, because now white is not even in time to...
And also g3. This
Yeah,
looks
G3
wrong.
Did she actually play g3?
Yeah, I can see it on the board.
Yeah, I think this game is heading in quite a wrong direction, because it weakens the light
I
squares.
really don't understand g3. What could be the idea?
I think the idea must be to get knight h4 in.
Yeah, but then?
Well, that's at least at some... If white gets two more moves with like queen f3 and then sets up a bind with knight f5 and g4, it might not be so clear, but I don't think white is in time. Maybe f5 right away is just a big issue, because the knight has to go back to d2 and then the pawn on d3 is hanging.
Yeah. So it's not possible to go with the knight to h4
Yeah.
and everything else.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty
Yeah.
bad for...
A nightmare
Mariya.
Italian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, and also you can see her time on the clock. She is feeling really uncomfortable.
Yeah, she's down to 27 minutes.
Yeah.
21 minutes. even.
21 only.
Where did it actually go wrong for white?
Yeah, this whole idea with
H4
h4,
perhaps,
h5,
yeah.
I would say.
Well, it might have still been an option to go for d4 and at least to play for some simplifications, even though I can already understand, because, well, black is winning the bishop pair, and in those sort of open positions, the bishop pair tends to be quite strong. So it was the moment here where,
Yeah, knight g3.
well, maybe, I don't know, g4.
Yeah, we analyzed this one. This was okay, right?
This one, yeah. I was just thinking about the move knight g3 here, just to get this f5 square, but still, also f5
Still
could
F5.
come. Those positions are just pretty hard to play.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what was white supposed to do here. Maybe was it d4 here? Yeah, I think white should probably try to get d4 in this line with knight a7.
And if I take?
If you take on d4?
Yes.
Well, I thought I could
Take the bishop?
take here on d6 and then take on d4 with the queen.
With the queen, yeah.
I think that's even some sort of theory. I remember seeing some end games here. I think it was this one.
Looks fine.
When white actually keeps some advantage, I think it was something like this.
Oh yeah.
Some game by David Navarra, I kind of remember here. So yeah, I think this was sort of the chance to go for that. Because in the game, black's plan was quite easy. At some point, he wants to go for f5, and this plan with rook e8 is also a very good spot by black, since f5 would at least give white the chance to win back the bishop pair. After rook e8, she's just avoiding knight takes d6, and now this knight is suddenly out of any good squares. And did she go for queen e2? It looks like it.
Oh yeah, she did. Such a bad position.
Yeah, black has so many good options.
Wow.
Like even a move like queen d7, which looks quite logical, but well, the queen could come into g4, could come into h3, the pawn on b5 is attacked as well. At some moment, white really needs to watch out for f5.
Yeah, this is looking really promising for Lela. I mean, better time, better position.
Yeah, well, another important thing is that bishop h6 probably never works here, because, well, black at least can take on e4. An intermediate move, otherwise this is always white's idea. Picking up the queen on d7. So yeah, should we go to Zhu against Salimova?
Yes.
I think that was a game we haven't seen in some time.
Since a long time, it seems.
Yeah, so the last moment I think we
Oh yeah,
checked
her
was here
idea
when
was bishop f5.
Salimova played your idea with bishop f5, just eliminating white's most active, well, one of the most active pieces, I would say. And after knight d4, she went back bishop g6. It also makes a lot of sense, since after taking on d3, at least black has to worry about knight f5. So with bishop g6, at least the f5 square is still covered. And whenever bishop g6 comes, she wants to take back hg, and the f5 square is protected. f3 was on the board, knight to d5. Now they took on g6 and h4. So now black probably never really wants to take here, since it would open up the h file with possibly some danger here. Knight b6 was played to g4. Now bishop f8. So interesting that Salimova was the first one sort of to retreat from the bishop exchange. Now h5 and c5. So this is also getting quite sharp. White has made a lot of progress on the king side, opening up some, well, possibly opening up some files there. But on the other hand, black is also starting her own attack, and where is this knight even going?
b3. Oh, that's what she played.
Oh, so she did go for knight b3. Yeah, the knight is now just probably not so happy here. So the question is if white's pieces on the king side are going to be enough for a successful attack. And what can black do now? How do you react on the king side? Are you going to take or not? That's the big question.
Yeah, maybe I have to take.
Well, if I take, first question is if I even have to take back. One idea would be to go rook h1. Because if white takes, then the h file stays closed, and then I thought after queen f5 probably black protects everything, and those pawns often become weak as well. But rook h1 might be a bit difficult to counter.
Mm-hmm.
As well, just as an example, if black takes on g4, then queen h2, followed by queen h7 or queen h8 looks pretty devastating for black.
Yeah.
So this does look dangerous, so maybe black should refrain from taking on h5.
And what else? f6, g5. No, I think this is completely crazy. I really don't know what to do. Okay.
I think that might be the
Yeah,
issue.
I was also thinking that maybe I could mate it here.
Yeah, queen h2 is a nice finish.
Mm.
Well, I want to play knight c4, but I don't see how it continues after queen d5. I think I'm just losing there. Well, I'm not, it seems, but I didn't see how to... Well, I guess I can go back with knight b6.
Oh yeah.
But also, it's not clear what the knight is even doing here. Maybe I can go to h2 with the queen as well. So it's not clear.
I think this is a difficult position for black.
Yeah. Can I go for d5?
And again, you just lost.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe queen
Again,
h2.
queen h2 or rook h1. Looks quite dangerous once again.
Mm.
It's difficult to spot what is black's plan. Well, can I go for some exchanges? That's
Oh yeah, good idea. Let's exchange pieces. Yes.
because if I can exchange both rooks, then I think I will be in no danger at all.
But now rook h1.
Yeah, my idea was that maybe the rook can now do something. Like even I could think about just, well, you're gonna play queen h2, I guess. Yeah, also doesn't look entirely clear for black how to handle this. On top of that, maybe my evaluation of this endgame was a bit incorrect. Like if white's gonna take here, I thought, or maybe also now you can go rook h1. I thought an endgame like this should probably be quite okay for black. The queen is gonna go to e6 and nothing which white can even really attack here. So I'd like to start with this. Apparently rook a8 might not be the best choice. It's difficult to see what else you can do. Again, taking here, I did not really like to move rook h1.
But it seems that now it's fine. Now
Maybe
f6?
f6.
Oh yeah.
And then maybe you can just take on g4, huh?
True, yeah. After exchanging one rook, it's easier
And why
to defend.
didn't that work earlier? Like if I take here, rook h1, f6. Well, I guess
because
in
d6 is also hanging?
that could be one point, but the other one is, well, taking back is probably wrong, but, well, white is one more attacker.
Mm.
So maybe a move like queen h2 would be possible now, and then the other rook can go to g1. So this is an important decision to make for Nurgyul Salimova, who should probably exchange one pair of rooks here just to...
I like the exchange idea.
Yeah, just to make white's attacking possibilities less efficient.
And she's moving.
And she took on h5 right away.
h5, okay.
So another game which might explode any minute. So is the Chinese prodigy gonna play rook h1?
For sure.
Does look quite dangerous, but still you need to... I mean, this might be her idea, and it's not... Like, this could be anything. Black is also up quite a few pawns. Well, this might be dangerous, but it's not clear how white is actually proceeding here. Maybe you can just play a move like rook g1, but now black is already defending everything with queen f5, so I guess here you would need to go in with the queen and then maybe play rook g1. Still, the king might even run to the queen side like this.
In worst case.
Yeah. Difficult, yeah. I don't know if this check works, and at least there's a perpetual. g6 does look quite risky. But even that, yeah, like if bishop h6, black can defend with rook g8. And it's anything but clear. Well, there's always knight c5, which I've missed so far, but yeah, it's just incredibly complicated. The time advantage is on Zeus' side.
And
So
he played
she's
rook h1,
Going
of course.
for rook h1 now. And should we go back to Badelka's game?
Yes,
I think we
please,
have not.
because here I think we still have to wait.
Yeah, and here there
And
are quite some news. So long castle, and black went for d takes e5.
okay, she took.
Now she did not recapture the pawn, but I think she just wanted to play for like a long-term sacrifice with knight e4. After knight takes e5. Well, maybe she wasn't sure about, again, this knight before.
But here we discussed knight e4.
I think it was a bit different before, because I don't remember the queen hanging on d8.
Yeah, that's true.
And here maybe it's just a perpetual. I don't know if black can play on, but it's, yeah, even that might be possible. So it's quite natural why you don't want to take here, because knight b4 does seem at least annoying with the checkmate threat on a2. So Olga went knight e4, queen c8, and now h3. This is an idea you see quite often, to just give this pawn and now argue that the bishop on g7 is not doing anything. But on the same time, it's not clear if white's attack is...
It seems that black has a
So
good position,
fast.
very solid.
Yeah,
I mean,
black is a pawn up, there's
yeah.
always the chance to play f5. And on top of that, Badelka's time advantage has also evaporated.
Sure. And I don't see the compensation.
Yeah, this is getting pretty difficult now.
Yeah. I think this is looking good for Anna.
Yeah, I also don't really like Olga's chances here. He does have this attractive bishop on g2, but that alone will not give her sufficient compensation, I fear. And how is she intending to generate some counterplay? Still don't think this is over. We've seen from Olga great fighting spirit if we look back to round number 1, where she won a very difficult position against former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. So it's definitely too early to celebrate for all the Muzychuk fans just yet. It does look like Olga Badelka is in quite of a difficult situation.
Yeah, she is. And can we move on to Alexandra against Zhongyi?
Yeah, there has disappeared quite an important pawn
She
here.
won a pawn.
So, as we discussed earlier, this move rook e5 seemed like it was going in the wrong direction. It was understandable that Zhongyi wanted to avoid the quite unpleasant looking endgame after queen d5, but the rook on e5 was a bit misplaced after that, and I think that Kosteniuk made pretty good use of that by centralizing the queen, and already now Tan did not see anything better than to give up the pawn.
Yeah.
And while this is still quite a technical process for black, for white,
For both.
for white, yeah,
Yeah.
to actually win that.
But all the pawns are also weak from black. Like
Yeah.
b7, a5.
Yeah, a5 specifically can be a target later on. b7 for now is quite well protected, f5 as well. But the 7th rank looks like can be an issue later on.
And compared the white pawns, they all look very safe.
Yeah, it's just the pawn on f2 that needs to be.
So rook c2, she played it already.
Rook c2 has been played.
Yeah.
That's one way to protect the pawn.
Yeah.
And if queen h1, I guess she wants to go
Queen d1?
queen d1 probably, yeah. So I think, was it rook e6?
Yes, rook e6. Is it good to exchange a rook? So if you're on the defending side?
It's difficult to say. I'm not sure whom it favors here. Well, I guess the rook on d6 is sort of quite an active piece right now. So it does make sense to exchange it for black. And if white would take, it's not so easy to make progress just yet. I think this type of position just needs quite a patient mindset. For the move like a3.
Okay. And if I keep my rook with white?
Oh, do you go to
yes.
d4?
With the idea of rook f4.
Yeah, I like that idea. I guess I could still try rook e4 here.
Yeah, it seems that I have to exchange rook somewhere.
Yeah, probably. Probably you do. Well, now you also give black the option to take with the f pawn, which might be a.
Yeah, I didn't want to exchange here.
Yeah.
Actually,
so maybe you just go back,
yeah,
and if
for example.
rook e7, it's probably best to exchange on a square like that. And maybe also there's this option now.
But f2.
Yeah, my idea is just to have some checkmate threats. If you take on d7, then I can take with the queen. Maybe you can defend everything like this. That's the move I missed. So I think again I should stick true to my.
Or what about queen d6? Is this also not a good idea?
Probably going to be similar.
It's similar. Okay.
Just take and go for something like a3 once again. Just
okay. But Engine thinks that there is something better. Is it a3, just like this?
Can also start with it, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's this move.
Maybe it's better not to give up the control of the 7th rank, yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Plus 3, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot.
So maybe also here in this position, just go for a3. Or maybe first rook d7 and then
e3. Or what did Alexandra Kosteniuk go
queen d1.
Ah, so she's offering a trade of queens. That's interesting.
Yeah, why not? The black queen is very active on f3.
That's true. In general, I guess you would say that rook endgames tend to be more drawish. But with two rooks still being on the board, it's probably a bit different. Also, the white king is also quite useful on the queen side already. later on, so this rook endgame is probably technically easier winning than some other ones.
I think she will keep the queen.
Yeah.
With queen e4.
Well, I guess the most important fact here is that white has control of both open files.
Yeah.
And
Also h5 is an idea.
yeah, the h5 just to cement black's pawn structure, and otherwise the rooks are just going to enter on the 7th rank. So, might be the most practical choice for Zhongyi to still keep the queens on the board, which I also expect her to do. With, for example, a move like queen e4.
This is completely losing? What?
Or maybe you can go for rook d4 now. And this is the move I missed.
Oh yeah, f4. Yeah, I also missed this one. Oh.
Ah, so maybe it's actually not possible to
Yeah.
keep
She has
queens
to
on the board.
exchange.
Because again, if
Such a beautiful tactic.
well, I can go for queen g2, because if f4 now, I think I have rook d6.
You can take on d6 and give a check on h1.
And then on e4.
Yes.
That's important, yeah. Check.
Rook c1 and
another check, yeah.
check on e4. Yeah, should we head into a break, someone? Because I think now the time trouble phase will start, and
Yeah, we can certainly go to our last break before the time trouble starts. I think that's a good idea. So yeah, we'll be back in around 10 minutes for our last break before the final time trouble starts.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the coverage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix round number 3. And we're slowly approaching the time trouble phase. And before we do that, I would suggest that we take a closer look to where actually the games had the critical points and where some things went wrong for some of the players. So if we could take a brief look from the start of the games to how we ended up in the current positions. If we can maybe start with the game Mariya Muzychuk against Lela Javakhishvili. And in that game, it seemed like the opening stage was going pretty normal in an Italian, but at some point, Mariya Muzychuk got into kind of a difficult situation. The bishop on b5 later on was actually a bit misplaced, and later on also got exchanged with those ideas with knight a7, which we often saw. And around here, it felt pretty difficult for white to find a plan. We were analyzing that here. It was probably white's best chance to play for d4 at some moment, just to exchange this often weak pawn on d3 against the more central pawn on e5, when the game would probably be around level. But instead, Mariya went for knight g3 followed by h4, which does seem quite nice, threatening h5, and the bishop on g6 would get trapped, but Lela answered by h6, and all of a sudden, this pawn on h5 actually later on became a weakness and even fell. And around here it was already quite difficult, and Lela found this nice plan with rook e8 followed by bishop f8, not giving white the chance to exchange the knight on d6, and g3 seemed like it was sort of where things actually went quite wrong for Mariya, since now after bishop f8 this knight cannot even exchange itself anymore on d6, and at the same time the knight is often getting trapped with f5, or it has to go back to the more passive square on d2. So it followed with queen e2, queen d7, and later on, as we can see, the pawn on h5 then fell. So it was more of a weakness on h5 after all. And this is the current position, which seems like Lela has a winning advantage. I'm not even sure if she should exchange queens. What do you think here?
I mean, no.
Yeah, black is probably still
queen
the one.
g6?
Yeah, queen g6 seems quite
Putting
natural.
pressure on d3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, even the endgame is, of course, in big favor for black, but in general, endgames might give white some glimmer of hope.
And I think that she already went queen g6.
She went queen g6, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense because white's king is also a little bit weak, so it makes sense to keep the queens on the board. So maybe we can continue with our recap in the game Vaishali against Dzagnidze. That game we saw that Vaishali again showed very nice opening preparation with this idea queen takes d4, which is quite rare if black goes for the e6 Sicilian. And she later put her queen to e3, and now she went for this quite uncommon setup with the fianchettoing of the bishop to b2, which turned out to be quite effective. But around here we thought that maybe instead of rook g1, h3 could be a better choice, not allowing knight g4, because in the game Nana Dzagnidze actually got a lot of nice counterplay with knight g4 and then knight e5 on the next move, g4, knight e5, and here, well, it was already not easy for white what to do, because if they take on e5, then these double pawns are actually quite effective, and the bishop on e7 is opening up, and it could go to either b4 or to c5. So here it was not so clear. She went knight d4 and sacrificed the pawn on e4, and it was very complicated. I think this stage of the game both played quite well. and at the end it sort of fizzled out to more or less an equal endgame. Still, black has the central pawn advantage. So if these pawns get rolling, black might have some chance to play for something. On the other hand, maybe white can try to play for f4. What do you think here?
Yeah. I wanted to play f4.
Yeah, f4
to open up the bishop.
f4 seems quite natural, yeah? Trying to open up the bishop. But it seems like black is certainly also not...
Sometimes I might even go for f5.
Yeah, f5 or
and
c4.
weaken the d5.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But also black's rook could get active on h2, for example, in some cases. I don't know if they can go for rook h2 now, but the rook seems quite annoying on the second rank. So in the game between Zhu and Salimova, it started out with sort of a solid Petrov, but soon it became quite clear that the game was not going to be too solid since it came to an opposite side castling situation. And it became quite sharp around here. After bishop g4, queen d7. a3 now, bishop f5. We thought this was a nice idea by Salimova, just exchanging the often dangerous bishop on d3. And after knight d4, bishop g6. I think both players played quite well at this stage. And things were heating up around here when Zhu went for h5, already making things clear on the king side that she wants to go for the attack. But the attack is probably not going anywhere special. At least in the end, it did not reach successful attacking stage. So after g takes h5, rook h1, we were analyzing this. f6, bishop f4, h4 was played. This was the move we sort of missed, which was actually a very good find by Salimova, because rook takes h4 loses the piece after g5. And Zhu went for queen h2, which now allowed g5. So maybe instead of queen h2, do you think, Veronica, that Zhu could have...
g5.
Yeah, g5 seemed like at least an interesting way to not allow black to play g5 herself. And then on the next move she could take on h4 next. But the game continued queen h2, and of course the pawn on d6 is hanging, as well as knight c5 is also in the picture. But after queen f7, I think that Zhu now realized that bishop d6 doesn't really work, because the queen is coming to a2, and well, the king on c1 is all of a sudden not feeling too well about its situation with queen a1 or possibly knight c4 coming. Seems like white is getting checkmated here. So now she came up with knight e4, and after rook takes e4,
rook took.
yeah,
Okay.
she gave back the exchange. I wonder if g takes f4 might have also been a chance.
But here we have good attacking ideas with white.
Yeah, now, well, the
Queen
knight
h5.
is quite strong here, and now also queen h8 is a big threat.
Yeah.
But this is difficult. What I could do, maybe d5 could also be considered. But overall, it also seems natural to give back the exchange, and she didn't even take on f4 here.
Again.
So,
Then she can just take on h4.
yeah, again, queen takes h4 would be possible when queen h8 is a big threat. So she didn't even bother taking, which that's a decision I quite like. So queen a2 happened, already big threat here with knight c4. And it seems like Zhu found probably the only move with b3, which stops knight c4, and now the position is just a huge mess. It's not clear where things are heading. White is in exchange up, but at the same time the king on c1 is quite weak at the moment. Salimova now just went rook c8.
Rook c8.
Possibly intending to take on c3, so this game is very complicated. Let's jump into the game Badelka against Anna Muzychuk, where we saw very creative and aggressive opening play by the neo-Austrian. Here she went for e4, which then sort of transposed to like an b3 Sicilian after bishop g7, e5. And it became very complicated. Again, this was another game where we saw opposite color, where we saw opposite side castling. Here after d6, knight d2, and long castle, but it was quite difficult for white to handle because, well, in this position we saw that knight takes e5 might be a better way, but knight b4 seems quite dangerous with knight takes a2 as a threat. Still, it seemed like probably white was fine here, but it's very difficult to see all of that. So knight e4 is how it continued, and now, well, white is a pawn down, does have some compensation with the bishop here, but, well, now black's king is also quite safe, and it's difficult for white to find enough compensation. This is the current position we're in. Looks like a clear pawn to me. Do you still think that Olga Badelka has some drawing chances here?
No, I don't believe that. Especially because Anna Muzychuk is really good in endgames, as we could see yesterday.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult situation for white. Black is just slowly trying to maybe activate the king with king f7. The bishop could be activated on h6. So Anna Muzychuk is certainly playing for 2 results, and it looks very, very promising for her in this game. And Kosteniuk against Tan
Oh, they have a queen endgame now.
now is heading in a queen endgame. The opening stage was quite normal for a long time in this very classical line of the queen's gambit exchanged. Here Tan Zhongyi went for knight e4, and now the structure was transformed into more like, I would say, maybe a French structure. We see it quite often from the French. And yeah, that was actually another game where we saw the opposite side castling. So we see it, I think, 3 times today. Huh?
Yes, 3 times.
3 opposite side castling, yeah. And she went for long castle and d5. And I think where it really started to go wrong for Tan was maybe at this moment, right? Here, this move rook e5. What do you think was
e5.
her idea by going rook e5?
Preventing queen d5 and exchange of queens.
Exactly, yeah. So queen d5 would be one idea. We were analyzing a4 here, maybe with ideas of a3 to blow up white's cover of the king. But the endgame after queen d5 does look quite unpleasant for black, to say the very least, and it's not really in Tan's style to go for sort of passive endgames like this. So she was trying to keep the game more complex with rook e5, but now all of a sudden all of Kosteniuk's pieces came into play, and here Tan did not see anything better than to give up the pawn right away with knight d3. And well, we thought this is at least sort of hopeless, but as we know, Tan, she continues fighting, and she found this move queen g2 right here, which sets up quite a nice trap, because f4 seems like it's winning a rook on the spot. But after rook takes d6, queen takes d6, queen h1 check, white has to block the check, and now black has another check on e4, which then saves the rook, and black all of a sudden is completely back in the game, maybe even more than that. So Kosteniuk seemed like she played it quite safe here, and I wonder how they came into the rook endgame. So here exchanged on d5. Yeah, it should still be a technical win, but
here is the very good drawing chances for black.
Yeah, well, the game is certainly not over yet, because the queen on f3 is always hitting the pawn on f2, and it's not clear how white can maybe make progress. Maybe Kosteniuk's idea is to activate the king via a3 and a4. That could be one unpleasant idea. So still, I would pick Kosteniuk here to win, but you never know with Tan's excellent defensive abilities what she might be able to turn around here.
Turn around, even that?
Well, to turn around to a draw. I have a hard time believing that black is going to win this game, but she might be able to snatch half a point.
And so far, what's your most favorite game from today?
Well, I think this game between Zhu and Salimova is really interesting now, and all of a sudden there's a huge change in evaluation.
Whoa. Okay, what happened? Yeah, we saw rook c8, and I was also thinking about playing rook d3 to protect. And now it seems that taking on f4 was the wrong decision.
It does seem logical just to take the free piece which is hanging there, but
yeah, but
again,
now the
queen
problem
h4.
is that the black queen is like out of play.
It is, but maybe it will also join the attack. It's not so clear yet how white is actually breaking through here just yet, at least to me. But I wonder what was the better decision at this moment.
Immediately taking on a3?
Well, then the king will go to d2, and it seems also like it's quite safe here.
True.
Also activating the bishop like this. I don't know if he takes d5. I can take on a3 with the bishop, but still after king d2, I don't see how it continues.
No.
Difficult to see what black can do here. Can I take on d5?
I was also thinking about this move. And if I take, then you want to take with the queen on c3, right?
Yeah, at least that was my plan.
Yeah,
and
this should
at
be
least
winning.
It looks quite
Yeah, okay,
dangerous. Yeah.
this is winning.
So knight d5 might be
Mhm.
the best chance, and maybe I don't believe bishop d6 is the move. Ah, there is also queen e6 in the end. Like I saw this, and then queen takes h1, but I missed the move queen e6,
Oh yeah,
here,
queen e6.
which picks up the rook
Yeah.
on c8. So yeah, bishop d6, and it's still difficult. Can I take on c3 here? Or maybe I can take on d5 now. Well, my point was if you take here, then I will at least take with check,
Mhm.
and seems my attack is still quite strong. Yeah, still apparently drawing chances here. Knight takes c3. Probably the only move for black to save the game here. And if bishop f8 is there, maybe knight e4. Just intending to give checkmate on a1 on the next move.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden it looks quite dangerous for white.
It does.
Do you have to run out with the king? I don't think this works. It's hard to believe.
I could just take with the rook and win your queen.
Yeah, my idea was that now
Oh,
I
no,
go
I
king
can't.
f3
I can't
and
win your
maybe
queen,
king
but
e3 is a better
yeah,
version.
king e3. You have to protect your rook.
And then if you take my queen, then I'm gonna take your queen.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Maybe white can go c4 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it could be that.
And here.
Well, there's also knight f2. Ah, it's not coming with the check though. Then it's probably a bit slow, but perhaps black can give perpetual check. And if king d1, then knight f1 and knight f2 works.
Mm.
So that was probably the objective conclusion of the game, but of course, it's
Crazy variation. Sometimes there was only one move.
yeah, for both sides. So
Yeah,
this
for
was,
both sides.
very difficult to find. Instead, this is the current position. Zhu has played king d2, and do you think she'll be able to pick up her first point in this Grand Prix?
Yes. This looks promising. She also has more time on the clock, and I think she has everything under control.
Yeah, I have to agree here. The king is now very safe on d2, and the king on g8 is in long-term trouble. I think that white could even think about opening up some more lines with g5.
I would go for g5.
But this looks very promising for the Chinese prodigy. And in the other games, what are the developments? Is this game coming to a conclusion?
Lela +5 already.
Yeah, it looks like this will probably not give enough drawing chances for white here.
Yeah.
So the last position we saw was queen g6, which was a decision we praised quite a lot just to keep the queens on the board, and she followed it up probably correctly with h5 because you want to blow up the cover of white's king with h4 next, and that's exactly what happened. And the king is just weak in the long run, and e4, what a nice move. Just opening up all the files for the rooks and winning the pawn on c4 at the same time. So what is the final killer blow in this position?
Do you think there's already a killer blow?
It does look like it. Well, black probably has many good options. Like even if I take on e3, it's still gonna be fantastic because the king is just so weak. And black has the bishop pair, could bring it to d6, for example. But is there a more forcing continuation here?
Something with queen h5, someone?
Yeah, queen h5 could be also one idea, just attacking the knight here.
And if you take my knight,
then bishop f3.
then I just take your knight.
And the
And I
king,
thought that,
the king will
you
probably
get some
not survive.
troubles here.
that
Queen
long.
h1.
Queen h1, yeah. Oh, queen h1, maybe can play queen f1.
Queen f1. Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
just bishop g4 back. And
Yeah,
then
true.
Queen h2 in the next move.
Mm.
And I was also thinking of giving up this bishop and going
And
knight
knight
e5.
e5,
It
yes.
also looks so dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, but it seems there was something stronger instead of knight e5. Yeah, like here.
Well, it's just a matter of choice here for black. Maybe this is a forcing win. And I want to take on e3 next, and then I have bishop c5 with a double attack.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So if, I don't know, if for
Yeah,
example,
queen is protecting c5.
king g2,
This is important.
then
Yeah,
I
okay.
get bishop c5, yeah. This seems like the most forcing way, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this will probably be the first game that will finish today.
Yeah, that would be my best.
Yeah, it
Guess
seems
as well.
this was not the best day of Mariya.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it sort of from the start. Those positions are just so difficult to play. And it was just hard for white to find the right plan, and then black's pieces just got out way too fast. And it seems like Shu's advantage is
It's
increasing
growing.
even more.
This
Knight
position
is-
is so difficult for black.
Knight is coming back to e5, but maybe,
Can I take here? Yes.
well, the knight e5.
And also here, knight f3 is threatening.
Yeah. So white
Knight is
still
getting
needs to be
active. Okay, instead queen h7 check,
queen h7, king f7.
and then queen h5,
And if I go back,
and now queen f5. Oh, it's mate.
well, maybe queen f5 is good enough, yeah.
Okay, but still it's made after queen d5, I guess.
Queen d5, queen d6 comes
Yeah.
everything with the check, yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is a killer. Queen. So here after
Yeah, maybe I have to go
Check.
to f8.
f8, but still queen f5, and it's a pin. The knight can't move.
This looks like a nice idea, yeah, because black's only active counterplay lies in knight e5. With this move, queen f5,
Yeah.
it looks like
And Su already found queen
queen
h7
h7
check.
on the board.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
Salimova,
maybe this game will even finish a bit quicker.
Salimova reaches for her king and puts it to the f8 square. Yeah, it's difficult to say.
Where the mistake was, yeah. Probably she should have exchanged one rook.
Yeah, even though around here the position was still pretty good for black.
Yeah, but super complicated.
Looked like queen a2 is coming and everything, but knight e4 was just a brilliant idea, and here it's just very difficult for, like, I don't know if this is too much right here, but this might be one idea, because if knight f6, I thought I can go to f7, and if knight c4 comes, then it's going to be mate on the next move no matter what, so this was
I can't take because of mate.
this was kind of my idea, and if knight d6 I can take with the bishop, and it's going to be checkmate on the next move.
Yeah.
Maybe queen a2 was a more interesting alternative, even though here also white can go for b3, which might be similar to the game as well. But Nurgyul did find this quite nice idea with h4.
Yeah, I think the mistake was to take the bishop after all.
Yeah, at this moment, yeah. Well, cannot really blame
then
her
it
for that,
opens
because
up.
the way to draw was just so difficult to find.
Yeah,
It was
this was crazy. It was d5.
d5, e takes d5, and now I think knight takes
And
d5.
we had knight takes d5.
This was
and
the
then
only way.
also knight takes c3,
And if was it
bishop d6, and then knight takes c3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
No.
very difficult to find that, especially with not so much time on the board left. Meanwhile, Lela is still thinking how to end the game in the most efficient way. Salimova went rook c7. Now g5 certainly looks attractive. And if knight e5, then there might be rook d6.
But why
Oh,
didn't you
still
take immediately on
Knight
d6
f3.
instead?
You mean here, huh?
Yeah.
That's probably better, huh? Because if
And
I guess if knight e5, well, there are probably many things, but this
Rook.
looks just so dangerous.
yeah,
Because knight f7 looks like it's defending everything for the moment, but
it's checkmate.
yeah, rook h8 is quite a pretty checkmate. Don't think you see this sort of constellation that often.
Mm.
So it's Su's move. Rook takes d6 seems quite convincing. And she goes for queen e6 instead.
This was also my idea, but I
The
don't
idea
know.
of queen takes d6.
Somehow it seems to be a bit slow. Can't you go for knight e5 now? Oh no, you can't draw.
Well, knight e5, queen d6, rook
And rook
e7.
e7 was my idea.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Mm. Instead, if you would have taken immediately on d6 with the rook, that one looked like really crushing.
Yeah, I wonder what she did not like here, because
Yeah, good question. The queen takes is
well,
not
after rook
possible.
d6, yeah, d7 is hanging. I guess the knight has to move.
Mm.
Maybe queen b2 can be considered, but well, at least I have rook h3, I guess.
Yeah, true. Just
Just-
rook h3.
If I don't want to calculate rook d7, which does seem quite risky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now black gets some defending chances.
So now queen e6, knight e5, and
Yeah, of course she played knight e5.
all of a sudden everything can still happen.
Active knight.
And the knight is very strong on e5. The bishop doesn't do that much, but at least it covers the h8 square, so it's also a key defender in black's camp.
Yeah, really exciting. So many things can happen here in one game.
Yeah. So Zhu is
Maybe we can head
thinking.
to Nana against Vaishali. We haven't checked this game since a long time.
yeah.
It's still like this
The
end game
structure
here.
has changed quite a lot, though. Last time we saw the game was here, and she did go for
She
g5
did
instead.
go for g5, yeah.
So she
We
didn't
were
want to-
discussing f4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, f4, and well, I guess she didn't want to open up the h file for black's rook, which does get quite active after rook h2.
Mm.
So Vaishali went for g5, and after takes now bishop h1. So opening up the g file for the rook, and I
It's
guess on the
beautiful.
next move she wants to take on g5. That's also quite a nice idea. Wonder if black has to take here. There might have been other options, just not taking.
King f7.
Like king f7, but well, now maybe white has a better version if the rook is not
Sure.
getting active on the h file. So fg5, rook h1, bishop h1 is on the board, and king e7 was Nana's last move. Also, both players quite low on time. I wonder if Vaishali is thinking rook takes g5 has just been played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
King
king
f6.
f6.
Still, this bishop on h1 doesn't do much, so I would be a bit scared here with white. f4
Do
doesn't
you
work
want
right
to
away.
sacrifice? Yeah, you can take, but
Well, maybe you
sometimes it's...
can do that with white, but
Though I just wanted to sacrifice the pawn and not my rook.
yeah, but how do you do that? Like, I don't really see the compensation here. Maybe you can go for h4 or something, but I just don't really believe in the compensation. I don't even have to trade, but I can go after the pawn h4.
Yeah.
I don't think f4 is going to be played. It'd be logical just to
Yeah, rook
retreat the rook.
g1.
Now if I go for a move like, well, e5 also gives white a lot of squares. Like I can attack the pawn d5 with knight c3, and then maybe swing the rook over here. But yeah,
Don't I get knight to f4 or something like that?
Yeah, even knight f4 right away, huh? It's quite powerful. I don't really see what white is gonna do here. Is f4 one idea, just opening up the bishop? Still hard to believe here. Take with a knight.
Oh, but here you get back the pawn after rook f2.
Yeah, but
Oh, you take this pawn. No, I wanted to play rook f2.
and if g5 you have h4 in time.
Yes, I hope.
Yeah, that's what I missed there. Still, this all seems a bit dangerous because black's pawns here are all quite advanced. Yeah, even if you trade some things, I don't know. Well, I guess white is just too fast. I was just wanted to say
And,
that somewhere around here I would be a bit scared because of this outside passer, but I guess white is just very active overall. And
But here instead rook
maybe
f1
you can
and
go for
yes,
rook f1, which is
playing
even
against the king. Yeah, I
even
like
more
this.
powerful, yeah. So Vaishali is reaching.
But it's easier to play with black.
I would
this
also
position.
say so. She went rook g1. And well, there's just a lot of strategical danger for white. If black manages to get e5 and then consolidate, then the bishop on h1 is just going to be quite miserable.
Okay, can we have a look at Anna against Olga?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It seems to be equal
yeah,
again.
now Olga is completely back in the game. So, as I said before, I believe in Olga's fighting spirit.
It seems that king e8 was the mistake.
Yeah, I really like this move 91. I think that was a really good idea by Olga because she's opening up the bishop on g2. And, well, as in the game, she's going to play rook d3 next and put her knight to d3, and then those pawns are going to start rolling. And all of a sudden, the advantage evaporated.
And what else after rook d3? Because it seems that here she still has an advantage.
Or maybe you can keep rooks on the board
She
and
wanted to
try
keep
to
rooks.
play like this. But still, all of a sudden, at least white has some sort of success, yeah? Some control of the d-file. I think maybe even earlier was where
Yes, here.
she could have done a bit more. Well, the queen exchange still. Maybe also...
Here at this moment after rook e1, just don't take the queen.
Yeah, because whenever white takes, then black is exchanging the bad bishop on g7, but I don't know if knight takes e5 is a threat at the moment. Knight e6 is one option. And if knight takes e5 now, somehow I have a hard time believing that this works for...
Why can't I take the queen?
I thought rook e3. But I think it fails because of some tactical
Oh yeah, bishop takes.
stuff. And here after queen e5, well, probably have many things, but
Rook
I saw this move rook
d1.
d1 now, which just ends the game on the spot.
Typical tactics.
So probably knight e6 was the best chance and try to get the knight to d4. And now, well now, seems like white has at least very good compensation. The king could even go to c4 perhaps.
So the compensation here comes from the bishop pair and the active white pawns
Yeah,
on the queen side and active king, right?
especially the bishop on g2 is just very strong. And as you mentioned, the pawns are already quite advanced on the queen side. And if white manages to push b5, it could very well go into the completely opposite direction. So maybe king c3 can be considered here, trying to get the king to c4. Well, unless there's some tactical issue with f5, but now I can take, and after f5 I can at least take on c6 with a check, so
Yeah.
it's hard to
But
believe
something
that.
else?
Or maybe f5 right away.
Oh yeah, f5. Good idea.
And then if e4 comes, then this bishop on g2 is going to be passive after all. So white needs to avoid that from happening. I wonder if taking is a good decision.
But you're giving up your bishop pair?
Yeah, but anyway, the bishop on b2 is not doing so much, and if they're opposite color bishops, in some cases, then I will have, well,
But what
a
if
draw.
I take with the pawn now?
If I take with the pawn, I thought I can go b5 or even king b3, king c4.
Oh yeah, I also got problems on b7.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought you need
Okay.
to take with the knight, and now king c3, king c4. And if the same happens now, well, b7 is hanging, yeah. So black needs to defend it, and then maybe king c4 could come. Of course, still black is the one who's pressing here, at least if black is careful. But it's certainly a big improvement to
Oh yeah.
what we saw earlier.
So maybe we are expecting a long game here.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out until the time control. Both players have less than 5 minutes, so in the remaining 10 moves before they reach the time control, there can still be a lot of surprises. And well, since we were in this game before, now it's already pretty unclear. I'm also wondering, yeah, this game between Muzychuk, Mariya, and Javakhishvili, Lela seems to be coming to an end. Black is up a full piece.
And also the
And
white's king.
The king
Yeah.
is on the verge of getting checkmated. I'm curious which route she chose to the win. She did find she did find our idea. With queen h5, the point was that if the king moves, then after knight takes e3, queen takes e3, bishop c5 picks up the rook
Yeah,
on a7.
it's beautiful.
So g4 was played, and
And she
now
didn't
queen
take
e3 also doesn't work because in the end,
because yeah, bishop c5 again.
once
Nice.
again. So now it's a piece up for black, and also the attack is basically crushing.
I'm just wondering why Mariya keeps on playing.
Well, I think now is the time
Okay.
she's going to resign pretty soon, because
yeah, knight of3.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's
and,
resigning. Yeah, you're
we
right.
see a, we
So
see
we
a
have-
handshake.
We have the first result of round 3. Lela winning against Mariya. Mariya not seeming to be in shape today, and Lela playing a good game.
Yeah, very impressive performance by Lela today. She took all the chances she got, and yeah, won. Just a very good game. Yeah, there's nothing much we can say about it. And of course, as you said, it was not Mariya's best day.
Yeah.
Those days, of course, happen.
And I really liked Lela's idea with rook e8 and bishop f8, and only then going
Yeah,
for
that
or
was
planning f5. Yeah.
that was very instructive. Yeah, so in the opening stage here, around here, g3 was probably the moment where it really started to go into the wrong direction. And here Lela found the move bishop f8, which doesn't allow white to get rid of this knight after f5 knight d6. Black would probably still be in charge, but at least white managed to exchange this knight. But instead of the bishop f8, the knight is actually in a lot of trouble. And after queen d2, knight d7, then later on the pawn on h5 also fell. Black didn't even have to go for f5, which I just realized. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that f5 would come at some moment, but
It
was
never
even,
happened.
even possible to play without it. And the pawn on h5 dropped, and well, apart from that, Lela also managed to convert the win quite nicely, I would say, without that many
Yeah.
troubles.
Strong game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Olga did go for bishop
She
takes
took
d4.
the knight, yes.
After knight takes d4, king c3, king c7. I still wonder what's the best. Well, yeah, king c4 does look like the most logical move.
But f5
but
again.
f5 and e4 is coming, yeah. So
And why is there no time for white? Or I mean, instead of king c4, what else could I play? I mean, f5 is threatening.
well, I was considering f4, and
f4.
I was
Ah, yeah,
hoping
f4.
that this is a draw, even though white is 2 pawns down. Still feels like with the opposite color bishops, white can set up some sort of fortress like this. Or maybe I should go b5 first.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not a...
Anna found f5.
f5 is on the board, yeah. I think that bishop d5 is probably the right way to make it draw, just to
Why?
avoid e6 and f5 from coming.
Okay.
But 5 is on the board, g takes f5, g takes f5, and still white has to be quite careful now, because e4 is coming, and all of a sudden the bishop on g2 might get completely shut out
Yes.
of the game. It seems like this was probably the critical moment. f4 seems to be after king
But it's
c7.
also not an easy decision to go into this endgame.
Yeah,
Especially if there's only like this bishop d5, which is holding.
yeah, because otherwise, like if I go b5, then black will get e6, and then maybe f5 later on. Still, maybe some drawing chances, but yeah, to understand that in a practical game is anything but easy. But this is the current live position, h4, perhaps trying to
make some
activate
space.
the bishop, but at the same time the pawn could also become a weakness on h4.
Sure. Okay. And I would be interested in the game Alexandra against Zhongyi,
Yeah, let's see
because this is a
what
queen.
progress she made. Did she win
she
another pawn?
She win the pawn. How?
So we saw the position here for the last time,
Yes.
and well, she went for queen d2
And
and
she
king a3.
immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now the quite simple white plan is just to pick up the pawn on a5 with the king, and therefore
Just one question: was there another idea for black? Because it seems here maybe instead of c5 there's something else.
I don't see what, because I'm just gonna play king a3, king a4, and whenever the queen moves, then white can pick up the pawn on a5. It seems like black is sort of paralyzed here.
Okay, interesting.
And the current position is this after king h6. Well, the king on a3 is
Yeah.
still sort of boxed in here, so it's not easy to make progress just yet, actually.
And also f2. So
Yeah, the
should
queen,
I play something like f3
f3
to
is
free my
definitely
queen?
something
But then
to
of course I
consider.
have new weaknesses.
Could be weak with queen g2.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, still I think e4 should probably be quite clean, and
Just
if
creating pass pawn.
queen takes, I don't know, I
Yeah.
don't really want to play e5, but maybe I can go for this, and well, this is still a lot of work, but I think those type of positions are actually harder for black to hold than for white to win, because
Yeah.
black always needs to watch out for some queen exchanges all the time, and white is just trying to push the pawns down the board.
And is there a different idea instead of f3? Because I don't see how to activate my king or my queen.
Yeah, that's difficult. Well, I can think of sacrificing this pawn as well, and just to activate the queen like this.
Wow, this is clever.
But I wonder, well, maybe I can go for something like this, and king b5. Thought well, there's queen c2,
Queen
which is
c2 protecting
which is
everything.
protecting everything, yeah.
Okay. But
Other
here,
than that, well, maybe I can go for like queen g5, but queen f2 is there. Yeah, this pawn on f2 is kind of a weakness after all, so I would really like to get rid of it. Still some work to be done, and I think Alexandra went for queen f1,
okay.
which at the moment actually sets up the threat of queen c4,
Yes.
because after queen takes f2 there's going to be
yeah, this is really strong.
queen f4, so I guess that Tan is going to have
King
to play something like
h7.
king h7. And maybe she can go for an improved version with f3 now.
There must be something else.
But yeah, queen d2, now black has access to this d2 square, and even has some ideas with perpetual checks. Well, I mean, what you can consider, of course, but you need to be quite sure about something like this, because all of a sudden it could be that black gets quite a lot of counterplay.
No, but I take on f5.
Yeah, still.
And then queen
Like
g5.
g6. Well, queen g5 I will take.
Oh, yeah, now I'm losing. Wow.
h5.
Okay.
So maybe a move like queen f6 or something, but
queen f7 and then queen e7, keeping my pawns. Okay, you're moving here. Wait. If you're moving to h6, then I can give check on f4.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. Yeah, so king h8.
But here and now queen e7 and yeah, your king is super passive.
Yeah, and I guess this is too slow now.
Okay.
But yeah, you get what I'm saying.
And now g6 and then I get your pawn.
It is winning, but black gets some glimmer of counterplay, so I'm not sure if it's going to be the,
yes, I see.
the approach she wants to choose, but it's probably the best way, the variation you pointed out. But we'll see what Tan is going to play in that game. In the meanwhile, Vaishali's game is still around balanced. But I still feel like Dzagnidze is probably the favorite here.
But she played f4.
Yeah,
Can
so
we
she
move back?
did go for f4 here. Black did not go for e5, but a5, which is also a nice idea, trying to activate the bishop on a6 and even to exchange it against the knight on e2. And if that would happen, then the bishop would never come out anymore. So this is what we saw. Finally, the bishop came to a6, and she exchanged her bishop against white's knight on e2. So objectively speaking, we're still in a balanced situation here. Which color would you pick here?
Still black.
Yeah.
What's happening if I play... Okay, wait.
e2 probably, but what do I do against the idea of rook g2? This bishop on h1 is always a bit
yes.
funny, but...
I understand. Rook b4.
Rook b4 is a nice idea. Because now you're attacking the pawn on f4.
Exactly. And now you can't go for rook g2, right? I mean, I can just
you can take
on
knight
f4,
f4, yeah.
and your
Maybe
rooks
I have
attack.
to make a move like this.
Okay, but then I'm satisfied, yeah. Now you don't have like this active move. And I still don't know what you are going to do with your bishop. Bishop g2, f1, something like that?
I guess I want to kick out your rook on the next move with c3 perhaps.
Then rook d4 right now. And if you attack me, then rook d3 and I attack your h3 pawn. Oh, okay, now I lost something. Wow, what happened?
Yeah, after rook d4, not entirely sure. After c3, the rook is coming into d3.
Oh wait, maybe it's f5 here?
Sorry to interrupt you, Veronica, but I just got the news that we have our first interview of today with Lela Javakhishvili, who won a fascinating game. So please, Milan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We're joined by Lela Javakhishvili, who just scored a very interesting, important victory against Mariya Muzychuk. Before we go into the game, you seem to be an uncomfortable opponent for Mariya. You've met many times before, but in classical chess, I think you never lost to her, correct?
Yeah, I think it's correct. I don't know how uncomfortable opponent I am, but yeah, I have good scores against Mariya.
Okay, so you won this game. Do you want to tell us what happened from our point of view when we were watching this game? It seemed that Mariya didn't really find her way here from the very start.
I think it was the
Italian game, yeah.
And already d5 came as a surprise for her, because before I played just a normal slow game, a5, d6 and a6, but this was kind of surprise. She was not exactly prepared against this, but okay, she's playing this
she's
Italian,
aware of the move.
yeah, I mean, even in match she was played many Italian games, so she took a4, one of the possibilities, and knight b6 and bishop d6 is a kind of main ideas in this type of position, and bishop g4. I'm pretty sure it's all known, although we both were already out of book. I mean, we remember some stuff, which position we should get at the end, but we don't know how to get in this position concretely. So I was remember some end games, but she also, I think she was calculating something like d4 here, but I think knight g3 is a bit mistake. But this h4, I was surprised by h4 move.
You think it's premature to push on the...
Okay, she's attacking player, and obviously she was not happy already because of this position, but maybe it's too much because white is not ready for attacking. Black already developed all pieces, and I just want to take on b5 or play c6. Somehow, I don't know, I have feeling that I could make a better decisions here, but it was enough also for get a comfortable position. Here, of course, here you should take on d6. It's
you're opening space to save
yeah,
your
you should
bishop.
take without any. I mean, knight takes, and if queen takes, then d4. If pawn takes, maybe I should play pawn takes. But it's after g3. This was a huge mistake, I think. It's
because she allowed you to now remove.
Weakening the king, and after bishop f8, I think black is already kind of winning here because
Why the yellow bar shows that as well.
I think
Very briefly, why is black winning here?
because I have a two bishops advantage, and look at this white's king's position. It's weakening. Also h5 pawn. Okay, if you put these pawns on g2, h3, it's more or less normal position. Still, black is. I prefer black because I like two bishops.
Plus also f5 is threatening the
f5 or
trap
just
the knight,
easy
yeah.
play for black. Queen d7, rook d8, and attacking d3 pawn.
while white
and
isn't developed and is overexposed.
yes.
Okay, correct.
So after,
Thank you.
I don't know what to suggest for white to play. Rook d1. It was like if knight c4, something like bishop g5. Or bishop 8, but bishop h6, it's not good, but bishop 8, g5, some interesting, but I liked this queen g4 move. I did not calculate too much this knight c4. Take bishop e3, and then, okay, bishop f5, I want bishop g4, this is the only move. Queen g6, and also she was in huge time trouble here.
Yeah, but at this point she was well under 3 minutes. I
Yes,
think,
something like this. I had a lot of time, and it was easy for me. At the end, rook a7 became main mistake because after h4 and take bishop g4, this is the only move. And yeah, maybe many moves wins here, but something like f5 and e4. But this is the easiest, I think. Yeah, and queen d4, and now queen h5, and the point is that I will take on e3, and the bishop c5 is coming. Yeah, knight e3, you can't take because I'll take, and bishop c5, and I will take the rook. Now,
So she has to take b7.
yeah, it's time to resign, I think, but okay, it was time trouble. She tried, yeah, and it's checkmate is coming, rook a1 and knight f3. It's
So she's already lost. She was in time trouble, but she kept on playing. Is that the same old rule? You can't win a resigned game. You just keep on playing as long as you can.
Yeah, it's very normal to keep playing because sometimes we are keeping playing and thinking about what we did, what mistake we did, and we are not thinking about the moves actually, but thinking what we could do better during the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're on 1.5 out of 3, 50% after 3 rounds. How do you feel?
It's long. I mean, not long, but it's a lot of games.
Still to play.
Yes, still to play. So
You surprised. It seems you're uncomfortable for Mariya today, but yesterday against Vaishali, it was the opposite. Is it fair to say that Vaishali is an uncomfortable opponent for you?
somehow, yeah, I already lost her at Olympiad as white, but it's very funny because, for instance, yesterday, I never played this line before, I guess, because knight f3, g3, it's not my main weapon, and she never played c5. And I was out of book after 5 move or something, and I was playing like, I was thinking, playing, and I did everything right. But at some point, it was 14 move or 13 move with this bishop e1. It's very, I mean, it's very uncomfortable when your opponent plays very fast, and you know that she knows the lines, but you didn't know. I didn't know what exactly is going on here. I liked my position, but I also understood that this d3 pawn is kind of dangerous, and at some point I played bishop e1, and I was sure that this move won't be exist, and I wanted her to be out of book also. And then she played a bad move, but I answered also. I mean, knight d4 was a big mistake. At the end, I could make some, better moves, but it was not that easy. For computers, it was equal position, but it's only for computers.
Where you're on the board is different.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
And just quick, like on Monday, in the first round, you played a very long game. I think it was one of the longest, or if not the longest game of the round against your compatriot, Nana Dzagnidze, and you were playing a dead draw for a long time. Why? Why didn't you just draw?
I think you should ask Nana about it, because I was the one who was pawn down. So she was kind of trying to win a drawish endgame, and it's okay. But I think we both got tired.
On that day.
She blundered yesterday. I also lost, so maybe it was mistake to play.
Let me just ask you this. The Women's Grand Prix this season, 2024-2025, started in Georgia, in Tbilisi. We were there together. Now we're here at the end of the series in Austria, where it's going to finish. What's your take on the series so far, and in general on the improvements FIDE has made to women's chess? Are you happy? Are things going in the right direction, in your opinion?
My problem was that I asked FIDE, you know that there is 6 tournaments on Grand Prix, and you have to choose 3 of them. And I asked that not in India, please, for me, because there was European Championship same time, and I have to play European Championship. I have to play other, and just can you put me anywhere, but not in India? They put me in India. And then I could not play in India, so I skipped this, and then this is my second Grand Prix. Of course, it's very, very strong tournament, a very good tournament, and this kind of tournament gives me motivation to train more, because it's not easy to find this motivation, energy every day.
Yeah, there are not that many tournaments specifically for women at this level, like a series organized.
Yes, and it's you saw that yesterday my opponent had a novelty on move 15, and the games only 2 games on database. So obviously it's not the same as I played in open tournaments or other tournaments. So it's kind of very strong women tournament. So if you want to just make some good results, you have to prepare. And that's not only because of this, but it's very good tournaments, and of course I was happy to play, but I could not play in India.
And finally, what's your go-to approach after a game? You go to relax, or you go straight into analyzing the game and preparing for the next round?
It depends what time is it now. Maybe I'll go to swimming in the pool, because
okay, so you want to relax a bit.
It's a perfect
you need
place,
to unwind.
and it's perfect place, and I really much enjoyed.
Well, especially after such a good win.
Yeah, and I already told to my family, everybody, this is one of the perfect place I played the tournament, because the whole hotel is ours. You can go on swimming, on
you have a spa, you can
walking,
walk, you have even horse riding nearby.
Horse riding, it's too much for me, but okay. It's a very nice place.
Well, great. Hope you enjoy it then. But thank you so much for your time, and the best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, studio.
Thank you, Milan, for those great insights. I also did not know that there is horse riding. Maybe I'll take it up on the free day. But it's great to hear that the players are appreciating the great conditions which the organizer has put together for all of the players. In the meanwhile, we have another result in the game between Vaishali and Nana Dzagnidze, which has ended in a draw in a move repetition just when the players were approaching the time control. There was actually one nice trap which we sort of found in our small break now. So the move repetition which ended the game was this one. So there was actually not much which both players could do, but we were wondering if black could make the move rook d4 to be able to answer white's plan with c3 with rook d3. But the point was that rook d4 actually failed because of a very nice trick.
F5.
F5,
yes.
exactly, yeah. And black cannot take because the rook would be hanging. And otherwise, if black takes the rook, white has this nice intermediate check. And on the next move, white is going to pick up the rook on g4. And instead of a draw, it would be a loss for black. So that was the logical outcome of the game. In the meanwhile, we have approached the time control, I think, in all of the games. Move 41, move 41. And, well, the game between Kosteniuk and Zhongyi is on move 50, but it seems like this game is probably the next one to end. We saw actually Veronika's idea, which was played queen f1, and after king h7, now queen c4.
Strong.
Yeah, that was very good. And after queen takes f2, now queen takes c5. It's on the board, and Zhongyi went for g6, defending the pawn on f5, but now after queen e7 check, a couple of checks, queen e5, and then just white has protected everything and is just gonna advance her queenside pawns. White is 2 pawns up, so this should be quite a comfortable win, I would say, if white is not going into any perpetual checks, but it doesn't seem like, and even if one pawn gets lost, it might even still be quite an easy win because the pawn is just so far advanced.
Yeah, well played by Alexandra Kosteniuk. I really like the idea of queen f1 and then queen c4.
Yeah, I
amazing.
think she showed very nice technique around that stage with queen f1. This was probably the best approach to end the game. We were also considering moves like f3, but in all of those cases, black does have some survival chances. So queen f1 was definitely the best chance to end the game, just with the idea of queen c4 in the next move, which happened in the game, and I think this one is probably the next one to finish. So a painful result for Zhongyi. I'm sure she was hoping to continue her winning streak, but Alexandra Kosteniuk came to stop her today.
Yeah, so who will be the new leader? I guess Vaishali?
Yeah, Vaishali is going to be on 2.5 points. If Anna wins the game,
then it's also 2.5, yeah.
Then she's also catching up. And in Anna's game, how is it actually looking? So we were getting quite optimistic for Olga to save the game, but she had only a very narrow path towards a draw, or even not a clear draw, but just drawing chances. It was around here when probably white had to go for f4, just stopping black's idea with f5. But what you needed to evaluate is that this endgame with 2 pawns down for white is probably a draw, but it's not entirely easy to see all of that, because if those pawns start rolling, if black gets f5, e5, e4, then it's just over. But I think that bishop d5 is probably stopping the pawns for now, and white even has some ideas with bishop g8, then to force all of black's pawns on the light squares. Maybe this would be one idea. Well, just as an example, if white would manage to do this, then it would be sort of an easy fortress. But as we saw, even here, black has ideas maybe e4 right away,
E4,
when
yes.
might not be such an easy draw. So
maybe first king d3.
king d3, also f5. So I think once
again
e5
losing.
comes, maybe now it's time to go bishop e4.
But even this move is losing.
Also now bishop f8, and then maybe a5. So yeah, it's quite difficult to evaluate this endgame, I would say.
And would it have been easier for white if she wouldn't exchange the bishop against the knight earlier? Yeah, like
Yeah,
here.
well, otherwise if king c3, also
Yeah,
f5
it's the
would
same
come.
idea. But king d2.
And if king d2, I wonder if... No, f5, what is the point? I guess taking cannot be so bad.
And now exchange the
Well,
bishop.
now you could take, and yeah, now knight takes d4 drops the pawn on d7. And this one is usually probably gives good chances for white to just have some sort of fortress, yeah.
So it seems this would have been easier.
Maybe king d2. Of course, black doesn't have to go for f5. Like a move like king c7 might still put a lot of pressure on white, because now f5 is once again a threat, and maybe white once again has to go for a move like f4, which is not an easy call to make. So yeah, I think this decision was quite logical to give up this bishop. Yeah, just f5 and e4 is so powerful here. So just this moment with f4 was so important for white. And well, these pawns are running down the board now still. We see a move repetition here. King d7, I assume.
But it was just move 40.
Yeah, so now that the players have reached the time control. Mariya Badelka currently thinking. How she can try and put up the best resistance in this difficult situation. So we saw this position right here, and she went for bishop f1 in this position. What was the exact point? I mean, the bishop is just not doing anything much now. The most valuable piece before is now the most passive piece. And we did see a move. Did she go back? Knight h3 was played. Perhaps intending knight g5. But also this knight, yeah, if it's getting restricted with even a move like h6 or bishop f6, it's not clear where it is even going. So this seems like a difficult defensive task for white. In the meanwhile, this game has also reached time control between Zhu and Salimova. Earlier we saw that probably here rook takes d6 would have been a quicker way to finish the game, since after knight e5 white has rook takes f6, and after knight f7 there is checkmate with rook h8. But Zhu went for queen e6, and well, here it was still a very difficult situation. Maybe instead of knight takes d3 there was another chance, but it's not easy to see since rook takes g7 is a huge threat at the moment. And now we have another queen endgame with the players repeating moves to reach the time control. And wow.
Whoa.
Zhu went for
She left
queen
the knight.
f5, not taking the
This
knight
is really strong.
on d3 just yet. And Salimova is shocked.
Yeah, but it's true, the knight doesn't have any square.
Queen f5 is an amazing move.
Knight e5 we can try, taking on f6.
Yeah, and
This
after
is
knight
the wrong.
g6,
Yeah, it was the
does
wrong. Taking
continue,
on
but-
f or g5. Yeah.
Well, g5 it also gives black a lot of counterplay because now we have those pawns. Well,
So taking on f4.
you could think about doing this and then just pushing g5, for example, here. And white is gonna win a lot of pawns.
Wow. I like this queen move.
Queen f4 is amazing. I
Just
was
keeping the knight alive.
still thinking if
And
takes
if we
on
would
d3,
take,
then I guess black has some chances of survival. Still white is up a pawn, but if black manages to activate the king,
I would go for queen. Okay, for example, here, actually I wanted to move to d5, so that you don't have
d5,
queen
yeah.
d6. But yeah, as you said,
queen
we
f5.
already lost our advantage.
Well, yeah, at least it's not entirely easy to convert this one, but queen f5 is actually a shocking idea, which was found.
This is my most favorite move of today.
Yeah, queen f5 is an incredible idea by Zhu, and I wonder what Salimova can even do now.
Yeah, only try knight e5, I guess.
Yeah. Well, because otherwise if, for example, king g7 now, then At least white has a better version because the king is already on g7
And you're winning f4.
at least I will pick up f4 and white is 2 pawns up. There is also the threat of queen c7. And there should be a more easy technical conversion. Yeah, great find by Zhu, who seems like she's gonna be back in the tournament after painful first rounds.
2 unlucky games.
And Alexandra Kosteniuk is slowly making progress still.
Yeah, it seems that today we won't have any other surprises probably. I mean, best chances has Olga, of course. But the other games, I think they are already finished.
Yeah. Especially this one doesn't seem like gives black any more defensive chances.
Some checks. Oh.
How to advance the pawns. I guess.
King
King
c6
c6,
and check on
There will
a8.
be queen a8 and it's still not so clear because black can continue checking with queen d8.
Yeah.
Maybe queen e5 check first, and if the king moves then king c6 is an option. I guess that Alexandra just doesn't want to drop the pawn on a2. Still needs to, of course, finish the game. As we know, Zhongyi is always playing until the very end and is looking for chances.
There was also the idea of giving a check on d4 and then playing a4. What about this? And now a4?
Yeah, that also looks strong. Well,
Then I
you
can
are
keep
giving
my
up
pawn.
the pawn on g3, but
Yeah, but
probably
I don't care
doesn't really
about this
matter, yeah.
one. I mean,
Because white is just going to be
Yeah.
too fast now.
and 2 pawns here on the
Yeah,
queen side.
I like that idea, just going queen d4, a4, and
But she immediately played a4.
which also has a nice point that
Yeah, if you take, then I
takes,
have
then
check.
after queen d4 it's going to be...
Yeah. Okay, and Tan answered with queen c7 check.
So also here picking up the pawn on g3 perhaps, but there are going to be a couple of moves for white to end the game.
No, I think she will try some checks with queen e7 afterwards.
Yeah, king d4 is on the board. Again, queen takes g3.
Then we have
Probably
check
runs
again.
into e5, queen e5, even though need to be careful about g5, but probably black is not in time here.
Yeah.
Because white is just a bit faster. So we are going on our last break now, since well, the games are heading towards the end, and 3 more games are ongoing. Zhu against Salimova, Badelka against Muzychuk, and Alexandra Kosteniuk against Zhongyi. In all of those games, it's already becoming sort of clear who is going to prevail, but still the games have not ended yet, so still the players need to show their best technique. So we're going on our last break, and we'll be right back.
Keep on watching.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
Welcome to the last part of round 3, and there are only 3 games left. But it seems that, yeah, the results are kind of obviously. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that most of the results are probably already quite clear. The only game which I'm not entirely sure yet is Badelka's game. Black is a pawn up and white's pieces are not that great, but I was wondering if white has a chance to sacrifice the knight on e4 and try to at least get some drawing chances like this, but I think that knight c6 is probably good enough, because if white takes and goes king a6, it seems like the bishop is just in time to stop the pawn. And after king a7 there's probably bishop d4, which is quite important, since after b7 I can take with check and then give away the bishop for the pawn, and black has a winning pawn endgame. And if b7, then I have at least bishop b8, which seems quite convincing. It doesn't seem like the piece sacrifice is working, so probably she has to go back to h3, but yeah, that doesn't seem too great either after something like knight d3.
Very unpleasant.
Yeah. So I wonder if she had to go to g5 or even back to h3, but well, this bishop on g2 is just such a bad piece that it's hard to find any other constructive plan here. It's very difficult. Maybe king can go back to b5, but then the knight can also get into e5 and d3. I guess this is what black's winning plan is in many cases, just to bring the knight to d3.
So far it's looking pretty well for Anna, so that she's taking the lead together with Vaishali, having 2.5 points out of 3.
Yeah, that's how the situation is currently looking. Like that both Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk are going to be in the lead with 2.5 points out of 3. Anna Muzychuk looking pretty confident.
Yeah, and what happened in the other games? We saw an amazing move by Jiner.
Yeah, in Zhu's game we just saw Badelka going back with the knight to h3, not going for the sacrifice. But yeah, as you said, in Zhu's game there was this amazing moment where after a couple of checks to reach the time control, here Zhu did not make the logical move, taking on d3 with either the king or with the queen. Well, with the queen is maybe a better way to do so, but instead she went for queen f5, which shocked all of us, and probably shocked Nurgyul Salimova as well, because it just looks crazy to keep the knight on d3 and not take it. But white is just planning to pick up those pawns first and only then to take the knight, and actually the knight doesn't really have anywhere to go. If it goes to e5, then white should not take on f6 because of knight g6, and black would even be winning, but instead white can take on f4, and then, for example, if king g6, queen f5, and just g5, and the queen is just completely out of play, and white is gonna at least win many pawns, probably even win back the knight. That was the pretty amazing idea by Zhu. Queen f5, Salimova replied with queen b1, and now finally she might be taking on d3, or maybe just not yet. Maybe she will throw in g5 first. Since king takes d3, maybe black will have some chances of counterplay with queen f1 check followed by f3. So white is probably hoping to play for some sort of checkmate ideas. Maybe g5 could work quite well for that. And if king h5,
g6,
king h6 back.
I can still just take the knight and then run with my king to the g pawn.
Well, but queen f1 and then f3.
Okay.
Or
Show me
maybe
king
even
d4.
queen d1 is smarter because then you have to go to c4.
Okay, yes. C4.
Maybe now I'm pushing f3.
Mm-hmm.
Might be winning with queen f6 or queen f7, but not sure this is the route you want to take because
Yeah, counterplay.
well, probably it works out in the end. Maybe a move like, well, not king b4 because then e4 is hanging as well. Maybe king c5, f2. Maybe it's still in time to do something like this. Yeah, white needs to calculate here, that's for sure. But this is definitely something which Shu will not have any troubles with since she's such a good calculator overall.
And you found this beautiful move, queen f5.
Yeah, if you're able to find queen f5, then I think being able to convert to the full point should be comparably easy. Still making sure not to give any counterplay if possible. And meanwhile, I'm wondering if Alexandra Kosteniuk is closing in on Zhongyi. She has given up the a-pawn. Let's see how that happened. So at this moment she played a4 with the idea that if the queen takes an a4, white will get a winning pawn endgame of the queen d4. Tan went queen c7 check, king d4. I think we were discussing king b4 here as well, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But king d4 was played, king h7. Now queen e5. Very careful play by Kosteniuk, not wanting to give up the pawn on g3.
Yeah.
I think there might have been some more concrete ways to end the game. Maybe queen c6 is one possibility, and if queen g3, just push the pawns with b6.
Yeah, now you're also giving up the h-pawn, but it doesn't matter.
I am, yeah, so I can understand why she did not
Yeah, 2 pawns.
necessarily want to go for that, but well, the b pawn is much faster in the end. So she gave up the a pawn and still winning, of course, but white needs to find the right squares for her king.
Yeah, just king c7.
Well, king c7, queen e7, or queen e5.
Yeah, and I wanted to move to b8.
Yeah, so if I give check here, you can block the check on the 7th rank, and she did go for
She did go for
king
king
c7.
right?
It's on the board, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, there are many ways to win this game.
Yeah, that's true. And it's hard even to come up with any possible defense ideas anymore. Queen e7 check, king b8 was the suggestion, and then, well, if I can try queen d8, but king b7 and then queen c7 is going to be quite a big threat. And it's not easy for black to even avoid that. She did go for queen e5.
check. Yeah, king c8, for example.
Yeah, I think king c8 is going to be played. No reason to step in front of the pawn since white wants to promote that pawn as soon as possible. Guess you could also consider king d7 though. It's also one option, but yeah.
Okay, I think Alexandra will make this.
I'm pretty sure as well. In Oya
Ooh, already
Badelka's game.
-4. What happened here?
So she did go back after h6, knight h3, knight d3, and now,
Yeah.
as we said, the pawn on f2 is hard to defend, and bishop d4 is coming, and the pawn on c5 is weak as well. So bishop f1 happened, and now bishop d4.
And this is over.
Yeah, I think this is going to be difficult.
You can still try to go for this opposite colored bishop endgame, but this time there are too many pawns.
Yeah, also c5 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
So black could take with the knight in the next move as well.
Yes.
You can try f3, but I suspect that white can just take on c5 with the knight.
Yes.
So this also looks like it's going to end decisively. So we might only have one draw today between Vaishali and Dzagnidze.
That's true, yeah.
One of the most decisive games so far.
And Sue is still thinking.
Shu is still thinking after king h6. There are, as we discussed, a couple of ideas. The pawn on f4 is sort of a thorn in white's eye, since it often is able to generate some counterplay. But I don't think white has anything better than just to take the knight at some point. She did go for queen h5 check first though, king g7, the only move, and queen g5.
What is she planning?
Yeah, I'm also not entirely sure, because now white is blocking the g-pawn as well, which seemed like it's the best way of winning white's game, by pushing this pawn down the board. What is her idea? So if black goes, I don't know where she will go, maybe to f7.
Then queen f5 again? But it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
the queen came from
yes.
h5, you can go to f5, but at some point you're gonna need to take here, I would say. And it's already will be a draw, huh?
Draw. Wow.
So queen f1 and f3, this is quite a dangerous counterplay. So I think white might need to go for something like this actually. Here it doesn't seem to work, but I still like the idea of going for ideas like this, but well, black could even think about going for something like this. And again to push the pawn, but yeah, white is quite fast in all of these cases. Okay,
First check with the queen.
Yeah, I thought then e4 is gonna hang, but
I think you will get mated. Okay, I get mated.
yeah.
Yeah. You have someone to check
my worry,
on
because
c6.
I can also exchange queens like this.
Okay, so I'm really curious.
Yeah,
what
this is not such an easy conversion. King h7 is on the board.
It seems that she has to go for this g5 idea.
I think so as well, but she's also spending a lot of time here. And she's reaching for the queen again. This time she chooses the e7 square.
Okay.
Queen e7 was played. And again, it's a bit mysterious where he wants to go.
King g6.
I assume king g6, yeah. And now, I mean, like if a move like queen e6 happens, I might even think about running in with the king, and it might all of a sudden end completely differently, because if queen f5, king h4, and all of a sudden, even though white is up a million pawns, the pawn on f4 is faster than white's pawns. King g6 on the board. And Zhu is thinking.
Will she now take the knight, finally?
She does give another check to e8.
Okay.
So yeah, now at least king g5 is not effective
Yeah.
because white has the check on h5.
Yeah, but still. Can we move back to this moment where she could have played g5, which seems to be like actually the only winning plan?
Yeah, well, g5 seemed quite natural, so I'm also not sure why Nurgyul didn't go for king g7 here. Because
After king g7,
yeah,
it's still not a good idea to take the knight, right? And then queen f1,
Yeah.
and it's strong. Oh. Okay, so what is the right decision?
well, maybe she didn't like the fact that now I can.
Now I can take with the queen.
But still, king g5, and it's not. I don't know if this is so clear. Maybe queen f3 is possible.
Oh, why
No,
not
that I'm
e5? Okay, I mean,
Maybe this is also enough, but I just
and
didn't
if you
want to.
take, then
I guess
continue.
you're quite fast here, yeah?
Yeah, super fast. And then I also have queen e2, and somehow this black queen can't move.
So maybe this is
Doesn't
her
get
idea
it
to
really.
get something like this in the game, to be able to take on d3 with the queen.
Yeah, I see.
But yeah, here g5 seemed to be quite
G5.
strong. But it was also
And-
not entirely sure. King g7, queen f6. It's becoming more and more obvious that this pawn is gonna be decisive, but king h5 was not so clear to us. That
Yeah.
here, well, the pawn
We have
is,
to take and check again.
and this in the end seemed like it might be winning, but move like queen f6 and then g7. But yeah, this is not really the way you want to win the game.
Okay, yeah. Then it's finished. Yeah,
So-
there's nothing.
In the game, queen e8 check is on the board. So where does the king? Where can the king go?
Well,
So if king g7, I would assume her idea is to take on d3 with the queen.
and also after king g5,
After
I
king
mean,
g5, I'll
she
go.
could then also win the g pawn.
Sorry.
If now queen d8, she could take the g4, and then I guess it's draw.
Yeah, then I would even pick black probably. But queen h5 is the idea here, as far as I can see.
King f6.
Yeah, now again we are reaching a point where
With
probably white has
g5?
to play for g5, huh?
Okay. So it's always g5.
I think so, huh? Some moment these pawns need to run. So she went to h6, now queen h8 check. So many checks. Still not sure at which moment she's planning to take on d3.
And in the other games?
Other games, yeah. Badelka tried f3, but I don't see how it's going to continue after knight takes c5.
And then you also have this nice idea with bishop e3, and then the knight has no square left.
Yeah, exactly. And if
It's
white plays
completely
something like king
dominating.
c4, bishop e3 completely
Yeah.
dominates the knight.
Yeah.
So knight takes c5 seems quite natural at this moment. Also with the idea that black can take with a piece and doesn't have to ruin the pawn structure with f takes e4. And Alexandra Kosteniuk is running low on time, but it's probably not gonna matter much anymore since we're probably gonna approach resignation shortly. I can see that Zhu made another move. Perhaps we can stay with that
Yes.
game since it's still
The
not
most interesting at the moment.
entirely clear how she's planning on winning this. So she did go for queen e8 check.
Mm.
So the
But-
queen did come from there.
Yeah, she came from there.
And I'm just a bit worried already that we might be reaching a
A draw.
three-fold repetition. Because it often happens that you're just forgetting about how often
Yeah,
you've reached a position, but it's only the second time for now.
Yeah.
I assume that Salimova is going to move the king to h6 once again. But she's still thinking. And what could the idea be?
H6. Yeah, I'm also wondering. Maybe she just couldn't find this idea with g5, or she just wasn't sure about it and
And
decided to
she's-
go for a draw.
Reaching, I guess, queen h5, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen h5, king g7. Again, I'm curious how often we saw this position. I think it's only
Only
the
one.
second time.
Second time, I think so too.
So here we have had it already. And now for the second time. And she did play queen g5 check in the other position. Is she gonna take on d3 now? I guess slowly.
But this is where it's draw, right? When we take.
She did go for queen g5 again. Yeah, king d3 in this position I think was not enough for Vaishali. She does go for queen g5, and if I were in her shoes, I would really be worried about
I mean, king h7. And
accidentally entering a threefold repetition.
maybe it's not an accident. Maybe she is planning to make draw now.
Oh, I cannot believe that.
Yeah, me neither, but it seems like how to continue.
Well, in some
Yeah, she can
moments-
try queen f5. I hope it's not the third time, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there was one position where queen f5 was played. I think it's gonna be only the second time.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he does go for queen f5 check, king g7. Gonna be played.
And now, maybe now she's going for g5. Yeah, I don't think she's taking the draw. I think she will go for g5. But it's interesting that she really, I mean, tried all these checks, and you never know if it's the third time or not.
Yeah, you have to be quite careful with the threefold repetition. It's always the most painful to accidentally run into it. Nurgyul still thinking.
h6.
She does go for h6, which surprises me, because now again it does give
We
white
have
the option
g5.
to push g5.
And what was after king g7? Was it draw? If we take the knight? Just now, yeah. And here, if we take the knight, was it draw? Yeah, this was draw.
After
After king g7, yeah.
king g7. Hang on, isn't that what you wanted? And then queen takes d3,
Ah,
right?
yeah. True.
Yeah, so this is the idea, but I think that now she actually has to make a decision by pushing g5.
Yeah, she will go for g5. I'm sure. No, she doesn't.
So she took on d3.
But here we said that it's draw.
Well, with the king on g7, it wasn't still now. The big difference is that white is gonna have g5 with the
Yeah,
check.
at the right moment. True.
I'm guessing
Queen
queen
f1.
d1 or queen f1. I would prefer queen d1 because then the king has to go to c4.
Mm-hmm.
And if queen d1 check, king c4, f3. I think that white needs to push g5. Yeah, this is not so easy anymore. I'm not sure if there's anything cleaner. Also give a check here, but after king h7, still go for g5. Queen e2 check, king d5 perhaps. And maybe this is the best way to win. And now g6. Just to continue checking and bringing the king into the corner like this.
Yeah.
So that seems like the best way. And probably also what Shu is intending.
Yeah.
And Salimova deciding between queen d1 or queen f1, most likely. Black needs to get the f-pawn rolling, and we have a result in Olga Badelka against Anna Muzychuk. Game ended in Muzychuk's favor with a complete domination over the knight on h3, as you said earlier.
Yeah, okay.
And,
Beautiful.
quite an upsetting game for Olga Badelka, who was...
Yeah, it seems that the sacrifice of the pawn wasn't correct.
Yeah, she was quite creative in the opening, which at first seemed like it was going towards an interesting way, with this sort of Sicilian type of position. But in the end, well, White was a little bit down in development, and then she gave up the pawn on e5, and it was time for White to take on e5 here, but it was practically quite hard to understand that after knight b4, knight e4 is possible, and that you can just give up the pawn on a2, and perhaps Black doesn't really have even anything better than to go for the repetition here. It was quite difficult to see. Olga went for knight e4, and then all she was is pawn down. But she continued fighting and fighting, what we always see from her. And around this point I was actually getting quite optimistic that she's going to hold the draw, because she brought her knight to d3 and got her queenside pawns moving. But the decisive moment, I feel like, came here when White really needed to stop this plan with f5 by pushing f4 herself, because now Black cannot take because the knight on d4 is hanging. But what was so difficult to understand was that after knight e2 check, that this endgame appears to be a draw, but even we could not really figure out what is the best defensive setup. White needs to somehow blockade these pawns, because if Black is able to put all of these pawns on light squares, for example with f5, e5, e4, then it's just going to be decisive. But bishop d5 seemed like it was able to stop those pawns for now. Instead king c4 came, and then after f5, maybe there were still some chances for White to hold, but it seemed very difficult because, well, Black is pushing e4. Maybe she could try f3 here to stop e4, but it also looks quite...
The poor bishop.
Looks quite ugly, yeah, to put this bishop on g2 in this sort of prison here. So after that, it was just very difficult for White to hold that game, and in the end, Anna Muzychuk prevailed. And this puts her on shared first, if I'm not mistaken. Anna Muzychuk currently leading with Vaishali Rameshbabu, both with 2.5 points out of 3. And that leaves us with 2 games, and in both it seems like White is winning. And the funny thing is that it's actually 2 queen endgames, which...
And 2 Chinese players.
Yeah, two Chinese players and 2 queen endgames. But in one of them, the Chinese player is pressing, and in the other one, the Chinese player is defending. And the defending one is none other than the current vice world champion, Zhongyi.
Okay.
I don't think...
But I think now she is resigning after queen e7.
Queen a7 has been played.
C8.
King c8, you can
And
still
then
go
queen a6 again.
queen a6 once again, but
But then I can give some check.
yeah, there are gonna be lots of checks. Did she go for queen d4, which I think this just ends the game on the spot.
Queen d4.
Yeah, because queen a5
Oh,
is
yeah.
forced, and then king c8 maybe.
Yeah, you're right. This is easier.
Well, there's still queen
But
a6.
queen a6 again.
Black is even sort of in Zugzwang. I somehow have a hard time believing all of this. Well, I would guess that there are numerous ways to win, but of course you only can play one. So this seems like it's the current live position after a queen a5 check. Most likely Kosteniuk's idea. King c8, trying to promote the pawn on the next move. And then it seems like, yeah, queen a6 is the only possible defense after king c8.
And then queen d5, or first a check.
Queen d5, yeah. Well, the queen just cannot move, so king has to wait.
And now moving with the king.
Where do you go?
Yes, I'm thinking.
King c7, there's always queen a7. And she
Uh,
did go for king c8.
okay, but I don't really mind queen a7. Then I go for queen c6. And now I'm threatening king c8. Is this not enough?
King c8 is a big threat, you're right?
Yeah, I think I'm through.
Yeah, this looks like you're just gonna promote in any second, since queen a5 check, king c8 doesn't help the situation. So king c8, queen a6
Then king c7.
has been played, and queen d5 was...
Now she played king c7
Oh, the king is on c8, as far as I can see. I
again.
think this is the current position on the board after queen d5.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think she's playing your idea that she wants to go king c7 and queen c6. So I think this is gonna be...
Winning in like 1 or 2 moves.
Yeah, so let's see how Zhu is intending to...
Yeah, what happened here? Queen d1. She decided to go for this line.
Yeah, so this was the position we saw. Queen d1 as expected, more or less. King c4, f3, and yeah, Zhu does go for this plan with queen f6 and now g5. Queen e2 check, and now she just needs to decide where to put the king. She went to d5.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Makes sense.
And probably the easiest winning plan for white was just to go queen f7 check, and after king h8 now g6.
Yeah.
And now there's both threats, queen f8 and queen h7. And even promoting to queen doesn't really help. Well, g7 is also a big threat. So it seems like the king is just able to run, maybe even run back, maybe king d4. So seems like we have 2 queen endgames, and in both of them, one
It
side
will
is
finish
winning.
soon.
Yeah. Which is going to be good news for Zhu, that she's able to come back after her pretty tough start, losing 2 games, in both of which she was sort of unlucky, you could say. Yesterday, losing a marathon game
Yeah.
when she was putting up such a good resistance, but in the end got tricked and lost the knight endgame there. king d5 is on the board. Here we can see the 2 last remaining boards. Players fighting until the very end. But probably not much to be fought anymore. Still some possible tricks in queen endgames. Often stalemate ideas are there.
Yeah.
But there are just too many pawns still.
Yeah, Tan still has a lot of time left, but it won't help.
Yeah, Tan has 26 minutes. It's true, but don't think she can
I
do
think there
anything
is
here
nothing
anymore.
left. It's just king c7 and queen
As
c6 and
As you said, yeah, king c7 is coming. Black doesn't have any more checks. The king continues waiting. Then white is going to go king c7 again, no checks. Queen a7, the only way to stop the pawn for now. And then queen c6 seems like the best way to win, since now queen b6 is a big threat when white is going to promote. And if queen a5 check, then finally king c8 is going to win the game, because black doesn't have any way to stop the pawn from promoting. So still...
So what was your most favorite game from today?
I was quite happy to see the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Javakhishvili. Well, I mean, I was not happy to see Mariya lose, of course, but it was a pretty good game by Lela. That's what I was intending to say.
Yeah.
And of course, not a great day for Mariya. You just have to say it how it is. Just had a bad day in the office, but Lela played very good chess today. And also, I think that the game between Vaishali and Dzagnidze was of very high quality.
Oh yeah, this was really high quality. I also enjoyed Salimova against Sue. It was so exciting. You never knew who would win.
Yeah,
both are
absolutely.
attacking.
Yeah, there were so many chances for both players even.
Yeah.
And it got so complicated. And of course, I'm also happy to see Alexandra Kosteniuk come back after a very unfortunate loss in round number 1. Today she really played a very good game.
Yeah.
And actually won without being in danger at any point, being worse at any point, and just...
Yeah, she made it look so simple.
Yeah, against the vice world champion. So we have some news in both games.
She went for g5, okay.
Zhongyi going for g5, which yeah, I think is...
I think it's just a resigning move.
Yeah.
I don't really know what.
Well, I think that Tan is sort of well known for playing really until the very, very end.
Yeah.
And is Alexandra smiling?
I think so.
Well, you don't really see players playing on such a position on that level.
Yeah. Especially now.
Because there are just, well, it's mate in 14 and there are just numerous ways to win the game. But Alexandra Kosteniuk can only choose one.
Is there a draw after taking on g5 with the queen?
I don't think there's a draw after
I also don't think so.
any move, except for moves like queen g4 or queen h7. But
Okay.
like, for example, if you take on g5, it's always gonna win in the very end, I suppose. Like, somehow. But of course, you want to find the easiest way to end the game. Which might be just giving a couple of checks.
I think so too, giving checks and bringing queen to Not so sure. Maybe d7?
Yeah, we could start with something like this. And she went for, did she make a move?
Yes, queen e5.
And king h7 is sort of the only move. She went for queen c7.
No, queen e7 check.
Queen e7 check.
King h8
King
probably.
h8, the only chance. And well, now also h takes g5 seems like quite an easy way to end the game.
Mm.
Queen c6, then example king d8.
Mm.
I'm curious which way Alexandra is going to choose. And in the meanwhile, in Su's game, yeah, sort of what we expected has also happened.
Yeah.
Su has cornered in the black king on h8 and now has checkmate coming soon. I guess the only real chance for black not to get checkmated is to do something like this perhaps, and then to take on g6. But of course then it's going to be a losing queen endgame.
Yeah, but still, you can keep on playing.
You think so? I think I would resign here because white is picking up another pawn and it's just going to be too many pawns.
I don't think she will resign. Not here.
Yeah. We will see.
Okay, let's have a look at Alexandra's game. I think it will be finished soon.
Yeah, I also believe so. She is down to 2 minutes though, but should not impact the result that much.
And she played queen e5 check.
Okay, she just came from there. So
And now she
King
took on
h7.
g5.
she did take on g5.
Ah, yeah. And now after check you have queen c7 check.
Ah, yeah, that's quite smart. Yeah. Yeah.
Super smart. Yeah, okay. I think now it's time for resigning.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Don't even see any stalemate tricks which Tan can hope for. So
And
just
probably I'm also able to threaten a queen exchange with some checks.
yeah, that's always another idea. So queen c6 fails because of queen c7. Queen c6 is sort of the only idea which black has in this position. Otherwise, well, there are just so many ideas, as you said, exchanging queens with queen f6. She
Okay.
did make another move.
Yeah. Okay. King
King
g8.
g8.
But I would just give some checks and then someone will have a check on f6 or h6.
Queen d5. And she can even go king c7 on the next move, and then
Ah, yeah.
we're gonna have your sort of
Yeah, again,
plan as before.
just having a lot of pawns.
And if queen a7, well, there are a couple of ways, but queen a4 is, I guess, the easiest one. So I really expect to see resignation in anytime soon. Looks like Kosteniuk is thinking the same. King h7. Well, queen c7 is one of the ways, but you can just give check on f7 as well.
Yeah, king c7 as you mentioned, I think.
Like,
This is easy.
honestly, I think it's really time to resign in a position like
Yeah.
this. It's becoming a bit too much. You can also go for queen f7 and queen f6, just exchanging queens.
True. Here's my exchange.
But she goes for king c7, which is equally good.
She is still playing.
queen a7 now.
Okay.
And queen c6, for example. It's probably the easiest. Well, now there is queen a5 check, but really curious if, like, why not?
Yeah.
Why not this?
That's the easiest way.
Well, it's not any critique or whatever, but
Why did she go?
queen d3, which
Okay, she give check.
is gonna exchange queens probably, unless king g8, and then how are you gonna finish it off?
Ah, now king c8.
Queen c4,
Oh no, you still have this check.
and then king c8
Yeah,
is gonna come.
Queen c4 and then you have king c8.
Have king h7, now king c8, and now there's no more queen a6, no more check on c5, and
Yeah, so nice.
I hope we're not gonna see two queens against one queen being played out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see the handshake after queen c4 check. For Kosteniuk, coming back, is she currently on 1.5 out of 3? Which is good for her, especially against one of the tournament leaders, Zhongyi, to have such a good game and such a great comeback. So now we have only one remaining game, Zhu against Salimova, which is also more of a...
she sacrificed and now they are in the queen endgame.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, well, she did get this position. At least only 3 pawns, not more than that. Well, now even she won another pawn, but I think this pawn on b7 is gonna fall.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, we can have a look at what actually happened in Kosteniuk against Zhongyi before the interview is most likely coming up. So in the opening stage, it was this queen's gambit exchanged, and yeah, one of the huge lines here, like, went for knight e4, exchanging those bishops, and all of a sudden we did not have the Carlsbad structure anymore, but more of a French structure. And after queen c2, it provoked f5. And the next moves, I think, were quite logical. Kosteniuk went for long castle. Here she broke in the center with d5, which we thought is one of the most logical ways to play the position. I think the next critical moment was actually one. It was this move here, rook e5, which Zhongyi played. She was probably a bit worried about queen d5 from happening, which would give her some sort of unpleasant endgame, but it would still be a much better outcome than what happened in the game, because now the rook on e5 was not really doing much at all, and here already the pressure was increasing on the knight on c5, and Tan did not find anything better than to give up the pawn. And I think that Alexandra's technique was basically outstanding. I think there was nothing wrong with that. She just converted the win without many problems. Yeah, brought the king to a3, a4, and oh yeah, maybe here, since you asked before if black could do something, maybe h5 is just fixing the structure. It's difficult to come up with something else. Maybe you can try to bring the king. Could be one plan to try and fight on. But in the game, yeah, Alexandra found this nice plan here with queen f1, bringing the queen to c4, and yeah, now white is just 2 full pawns up, and even though the game continued for a little while, in the end her win was never in doubt. And later on, the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk won the game. Now we are left with this game, and yeah, as expected, another pawn fell on b7. So Zhu definitely on the road to win.
And do you think that this queen endgame is easier than the other one from Alexandra?
I think it's about the same, probably. Maybe it's here maybe even easier, yeah, because the king will maybe go to b2 just, and then white can just push this pawn down the board.
Yeah, you're right.
And I would actually not be surprised if Nurgyul Salimova would resign fairly soon. So we see a check on, I believe, f4, king c3 as expected, going with the king to the safe square on b2.
Yeah.
And Nurgyul actually resigns, as we expected.
Yeah, great games again. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's round.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Tomorrow is gonna start round number 4. I'm not entirely sure yet what are gonna be the pairings. I guess we're gonna have a look at that in the very end. But yeah, as we said for today, the current leaders are Muzychuk as well as Vaishali, with both having 2.5 points out of 3 games. And today was so far the most decisive day out of all of them. We had 4 decisive games. Only 1 draw between Vaishali and Dzagnidze, who played a very high quality game today. And all other games have been, well, actually all games were very interesting today, but in general the games have been super complicated, so it was very nice to see that being played out. What was your favorite game today? What would you say?
Yeah, Salimova against Sue.
Salimova against Shu, yeah? It was crazy what she did with her queen, yeah?
Yeah,
like
but also before, like, this whole attacking period.
I think this moment was the craziest, where she played queen f5. Didn't even take on d3, which would give black some counter chances, but instead just trying to cut out the queen. So
that's
I'm
so cool.
just getting the info that we are ready for our last interview today with former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. So please, Milan.
Yes, here we are after a small delay. Thank you very much. Alexandra Kosteniuk joining us after a hard-won victory against Zhongyi, a fight between 2 former world champions. Congratulations on the victory. It's been a challenging start to this tournament after first 2 games here. How do you feel right now?
Well, it's always nice to win because, I mean, the tournament is very strong and it's not obvious to win even 1 game. So, well, I'm happy that I managed, because after the opening, right after the opening, I thought that it should be an easy draw, like a very fast draw, but then somehow I managed to put some pressure, or rather she started maneuvering strangely.
Well, it was a very important comeback, bounce back for you, and stopping Tan after 2 victories for her. It's a great success. So do you want to show us some of the key moments in the game?
Yeah, so it was the
exchange line of
the Carlsbad structure, and she opted for knight e4. I know that she played it once, but here I think her opponent played knight g3. I was not really aware of nuances after f5, especially because I thought that bishop f5 is the main move. Maybe I was mixing something up, but okay, right around this moment I had no knowledge whatsoever about this position, and my opponent was playing fast. I mean, I played h4 very fast. It looked like a logical move, but then I kind of regretted it, and I thought that maybe I should have played d5 immediately, because after h4 it looks nice, but at the same time I'm saying that I'm not going to castle short anymore, and so I was not sure whether it's a good idea or it's a loss of tempo. So maybe d5 or immediately prepare f3, whatever. I need to do some homework. And then, yeah, I mean, I was hesitating every single moment to play or not to play d5. And at some point, I just realized that it's my last chance. Because if I don't play d5 here, she would play bishop c4, and I might end up in a worse position.
Uncomfortable pin.
Or, I don't know. At least I thought that I should equalize, somehow. And I thought that d5 is like the most straightforward way. Okay, she captured on d5, although I thought that she could have played knight b4. I calculated some lines with knight b4, queen b3, and bishop f7, but I'm not sure it works because I can play d6, and I think she's in trouble. Yeah. So okay, c takes d5 is the right move, I think, and here it should be very, very equal. I mean, okay, at this point, my idea was to exchange the queens, so I wanted to play knight f4, rook d6, and queen d5. That was my plan, and then somehow, due to the control over the d file, the weak pawn on f5, somehow, okay, I thought that I'm pressing. That's why I thought that probably should have considered somehow, you know, exchanging the knight immediately by playing knight e6 here, because a5 is. I don't like this move at all, because in all the endgames, this pawn will be... It's very bad.
Target.
Even in the game, like with the pawn on a5, I always have a plan to create a passer. Like in the game, it's rather hanging, so I can attack it, or it helps me to create a passed pawn. So I didn't really understand the reason to play a5 for black. I didn't like this move. And then rook e5 also looked very artificial.
Obviously trying to prevent you from playing...
Yeah, I mean, here I was like, I spent some time to try to, understand why the capture on a5 is not possible. I was not 100% sure, like knight b3, knight d3 is also rook c7 and rook c8. I was calculating some crazy lines.
It looks everything is hanging on both sides.
It's hanging, but I think I can capture. That's what I was calculating. And then rook, queen takes c7. And somehow, queen c2, rook e8, I'm in trouble. So, you know, I had to I had to prove to myself that queen takes a5 doesn't work, because otherwise, you cannot, if the pawn is hanging you and the pawn on a5, you should understand the reason. But okay, that was the line I figured out. And after queen to d4, okay, yeah, I could have played also h5, but I think knight d3 there kind of solves all the problems. And with queen d4, well, after knight d3, I have an extra pawn. I was not so sure. That looks ugly, but at least she has an equal number of pawns. I was not sure how to proceed here, but okay. After knight...
She opted to give up.
Yeah, that's kind of reasonable. She has some compensation. And unfortunately, here I wasn't able to exchange queens, because f4 doesn't work due to...
Why not? Sure.
Yeah, rook d6. Doesn't work in terms of exchanging queens. Okay.
Oh, and now
the
tables have turned here.
Yeah, so I played rook to d to d2. Also, this right now is to play f4. But yeah, she has the only move to keep the rooks on the board. Rook b5. But I thought that it's very clever to force the rook on to b5, because here in this line, with the rook on b5 and not on e5, if she captures with the queen, I think I can play queen d4. If she gives a check, king c2, and then somehow king d2, and I'm threatening to give a checkmate. And now, no, it doesn't work. Rook b2. Okay, maybe king d3. Anyway, that was my idea, and I thought that it's very smart of me. Yeah, the line that I wanted to show you. One very beautiful line.
Please.
Here, rook e to b6. Looks a little bit, of course, suicidal, but still, I think I'm winning here by giving checkmate. King g6, h5, but it's not over. King g5, rook g7, and then I think queen d4 is a very smart move. And if she plays rook e5, I was thinking about playing rook g6, and here
she's
king
in
e7.
the net there.
Yeah, somehow, but I think I'm checkmating here. I was very, very happy to see the line. Yeah, and it's
rook g8.
Yeah, so that was my idea, but of course she played rook c6, and she exchanged a pair of rooks, which is good. And here I was not sure. I think, yeah, rook d5, well, I don't know. She has a choice to go to the queen's endgame or try and hold this position with the rooks on the board. But the problem is that with the rooks on the board, I always have queen c3, rook g7, so probably she has to go rook d5. But somehow in this endgame, she gave up the second pawn very fast. And the position just became hopeless, but just my technique was a little bit...
Why do you think she gave up a pawn, the second pawn?
That's a question to her. Eventually, my plan is to play king e4 and attack it. I have king e2 and, here...
obviously she was at this point, Tan was in time pressure a lot.
Yeah, but still, she could have tried to, I don't know, maybe it was difficult for her to find a move, but still I thought that if she has a chance to play even queen a8, but okay, I always can play king a4, so probably this pawn will fall sooner or later. But here it looked so winning, completely winning. I have a plan with f3, e4, but I thought that, okay, what I did in the game is perfectly normal, but then somehow I started hesitating, and I gave up, I blundered a pawn, because I was calculating all kind of lines. Well, queen endgames, it's always difficult to convert. Yeah, I was calculating queen e6, I think, here. Thought it was very smart for some reason. And I was calculating queen g3 and all this kind of things. But okay, it should be completely winning, but with queen endgames, I mean, you have to be careful because there are so many checks, and when...
If you put the queen in the wrong diagonal...
Okay, my plan is easy, right, to push the pawn onto b7 to promote it. And I mean, sooner or later it should be possible, but I mean, in the game, when I thought that it's okay, she has to resign, I was blundering some checks. So here, for example, I was sure that I'm winning, and then I play queen d4. I expect her to resign, and only realizing that she has queen a5. And okay, but then here I think she could have resigned, because if she plays king h6. That was my idea. I play king c7, queen a7, so we're back to the same position basically, but the king is on h6, so I play queen d4, and after queen a5, king c8, the checkmate on h8 is threatening, so she cannot protect from both threats. And yeah, like okay, g5, it's similar to resigning. She didn't want to resign. I was low on time, pretty low on time for minutes, but I mean, I can always give dozens of checks, win a few minutes, and then convert. So the rest was pretty easy.
Obviously, you've had many of these situations where you were up and the opponent wasn't giving up and looking for checks. How stressful are these situations for you?
Well, it depends.
And are they always stressful even after so many years and so many games being...
It depends. I mean, sometimes you keep your cool, and you should actually keep your cool, but sometimes you lose. Like in the first game, for example, in time trouble, somehow I lost concentration and completely collapsed. It can happen in time trouble, but okay, that's why you should stay focused, keep cool, and just believe that 30 seconds should be enough, especially in this kind of in such technical positions.
Fair enough. How will you now relax after this game?
Well, I cannot relax because, you know, in this Grand Prix, I always have 3 out of 4 blacks. Like, I'm very lucky. I get always more blacks. So tomorrow is another black game, and it's always tough. So
immediately preparation for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm playing against Anna Muzychuk, so
one of
no
the
time
leaders,
with blacks, so no time to relax. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, we won't take too much of your time now. Thank you so much for this, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for us. Going back to the studio for some more analysis. If there's one more game going, I'm not sure. Or Zhu finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Milan, for that great interview. In fact, the round has already concluded. Zhu has won her game. Also a queen endgame in the end against Nurgyul Salimova. And for tomorrow, we have a couple of interesting pairings. A couple of them include, as Alexandra Kosteniuk has just said, against the current leader, Anna Muzychuk, as well as one other pairing to have a look at is, of course, Vaishali, the other current leader, against Mariya Muzychuk as well. And that has been the coverage of round number 3 so far, so thank you all of you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow again at the same time, 3 p.m. local time, the games start, and the live coverage starts at 3:15 p.m. local time.
Thank you and good night.
Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. top finishers of the series will play in the Candidates Tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.